them know that we are the American Indians. Baby, copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby?
U.S.A. Dama. Woo! Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many, yo. There's so many lies, look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Yeah. Ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could have been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, get a ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep fine. Leave that on scene, I ain't replying. Lest I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood, that just mean I'm Hollywood. All y'all I probably stood on the falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us, you see how much time it took.
Yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Hey, there's too many lies, hey. Yeah, U.S.A, Indies, Dama.
U.S.A, Dama. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious. Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense, but nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion, we probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it.
Yep. My God. Hey. Man, shout out to everybody watching. I'm almost in tears right now. Shout out to everybody watching right now. Smash that like button as you come in to all my associates all over this piece, all over United States, all my political friends, all of them. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Smash that like button, y'all. It's insane. Smash that like button. I swear, y'all, I so appreciate this. And you know what? Everything pays off. Everything. And I wish I had of let, because of my position in state government, I was always very skeptical and worried about streaming to Twitter. And I understand my colleagues that have to stay back because so many of you, because of your jobs. But I'm off the clock and it's okay. But when you do find it in some time, you're always welcome to step to the panel when the link is in the chat. I want you to know that. I love and appreciate y'all. You know, I'm going a different route and I have gone a different route in my life out of the politics and not actively in them. I mean, I'm in them and not like in the manner in which I was before, because when you know better, you do better. When you learn better, you do better. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Rodney, 203 Long Lane. I'm going backwards. Juice, Captain Crunch, Amerigal, Strict Cav, Chief Kokomo, and Straight Smoke, Bad Saint. Hey now, I ain't see you Saturday. I hope I see you this Saturday at 6. Lady Moon, the beautiful, beautiful Sylvia Jones. Hey, Enots. Man, oh man, Carlos. I'm calling everybody. Can't touch this, Kahi, and everybody watching. And I appreciate everybody being here from all over. This is a non-discriminatory YouTube channel. Facts. All my colleagues, you know me, and you know how I am. You know my heart. And you also know that I have to work with my community in a manner that a lot of you are just not accustomed to. But believe me, it's strictly engaging with my community in a manner in which they understand me. Not to say that they don't, but in an effort to maintain comfort with my community in this manner. I My behavior is as such because that's just is just how we have fun. Whether we're saying things that you won't believe or not, that comes out of my mouth, it's very normal in my community. But shout out to everybody. So I wanted to get in and into it today. And this segment is for everybody of all cultures, of everybody who's overthrown or overtaken, have been taken over by governments, strange governments, foreign governments, whether they're foreign to your country or not. Yes, indeed. This segment is for everybody. And it's all called Overcoming Indoctrination. That's today's focus. Taking, and the main focus is taking control of your family history on North American mainland. And in that case, South America, Central America, mainland North America, or wherever in the areas or surrounding islands the government of the United States have forcefully taken over and colonized your country in a manner in which it has negatively impacted you as the original only people from the soil, meaning we never came here. We were always here, always here. Our bloodline is from the soil of the North American continent. And this is the indoctrination that we must instill in our people, North America mainland, South America, surrounding islands. This is what we must instill in their hearts. And so, in that, with that being said, I want to talk about indoctrination. What is it? And I went out and researched, and I found some information that I thought would be helpful to at least get us started because it's more than what is said in the literature that I found. And it's short, it's a slide. And I want to read it, and then I'm going to get into some things. And I'm going to open the panel because it's vibe. It's ticked off Tuesday. It definitely is. So let's get started. I think I have to take down this for a minute. Hang on, you guys. It's my banner up here because I can't read my brand. Let's take that off just for a minute. Fair use. Fair use. It's going across the bottom anyway. So, indoctrination. Indoctrination. And this is for college professors all over the United States, whether they look like me or not. It doesn't matter. You need to know this about your country, period. I don't care what damn country you came from. But indoctrination is the process of incorporating ideas, attitudes, cognitive strategies, or professional methodologies into an individual to a point whereby such an individual believes it without questioning it. That's a fact. These ideas, attitudes, cognitive strategies, or professional methodologies could be positive or negative. It is negative when it is harmful to both the individual and the world around him or her. Therefore, like the above explained elements of indoctrination could be considered as negative as they relate to elements of indoctrination and to cultism. And these are just a few. It's not all, but these are some main, the seven elements of indoctrination. And I think they did pretty good when they explained this. Number one being a crossroads as an element of indoctrination refers to the act of finding someone who is in a vulnerable or transitional state in their life. A crossroads. That's what a crossroads is. The soft sell, SELL, means that the concerned individual has an initial meeting or conversation with the recruiters. That's the soft sell. A new reality implies that at this stage, the individual is incorporated into a new reality and separated from outside influences. The dear leader, the dear leader means that the victim's best relationship is with the cult leader. The enemy refers to the stage at which the cult creates an external enemy. That's what the stage does. It creates an external enemy. The peer, PEER, means that at this level, the candidate experiences peer pressure. Peer pressure. And seven, a sociopathic narcissist implies that the new member is brainwashed into serving a sociopathic narcissist. Understand this. These are facts. These are true facts when it comes to, now I'm speaking in mainland bound North America, South America, surrounding islands, but in more specifically in the country that harmed my ancestors, along with our so-called chiefs of our nations here in North America mainland. When I see a crossroads, as it indicates an element of indoctrination, refers to the act of finding someone who is in a vulnerable or transitional state in their life. There is no question that when the colonizers took over and empowered our lands in conjunction with our chiefs, with the majority of the individual Indians from all Indian tribes across this landmass, over the heads of all the tribes that were here on this mainland, made decisions and enforced them on us. And we, in vulnerable points and transitional states, and in our life, that is truly a crossroads. And that's a fact. With the soft sell, that the concerned individual had an initial meeting or conversation with the recruiters. The recruiters were our chiefs, along with the colonizers, recruiting many, many Indians. Whether and you can look at it from a perspective of joining the Union Army to empower and take over the land in a manner in which mainstream white society wanted to see the future of the Americas. But did our ancestors truly understand the futures of the Americas, or were they bamboozled consistently? History speaks about this, and it confirms a new reality. We were, as a people, incorporated into a new reality. And when we accept their Christianity based on the doctrine of discovery, it was our new reality. And it separated us from our own people who became the outside influences. Today, as I speak to you and lecture to you, I am an outside influence now. I am the outside influence with my gift to unindoctrinate you as my sisters and brothers, unindoctrinate you so you can see what I see and see why exactly you have been in the positions that you've been in since the late 1800s, when people that look like us, our people, were the legislators after the Civil War. Because since that time, we have not held offices in this system that our ancestors were indoctrinated into believing in. We have not actively been in office to create law that does not negatively affect us. And the dear leaders, the leaders, one of the biggest divisions with the Indians here was the change of how they believe and see things. The way our culture was changed by way of Christianity belief. Now, I don't have anything against foreigners who practice Christianity, which is their culture. But in an effort to see where the division began and how it began and how it was join or die. Non-Christians suffer the actions of not being part of the doctrine of discovery and their beliefs and their written book, which speaks and prophesizes against the outside influences and their future punishments for not transitioning to mainstream. The enemy. Who is the enemy? In order to see who the enemy is, you can't find the enemy in the Christian books. Because if you look in the Christian books, the enemy is always going to point to you, to those that are not part of Christianity. However, you really, really have to close the book in order to see who the enemies really are. You will find that the majority of the enemies are your own former leaders, so-called. Because it was your former leaders who had the power over the land. You're not going to see that in their great book. You have to close it so you can see who your enemy is. You cannot blame the enemy on one race of people. You have to close the book so you can see your own people in the droves. The pyramid that level, the candidate that experiences peer pressure. Peer pressure. Everybody's a candidate. Everybody's a candidate. If you don't accept their great book, you shall be in hell the rest of your life. Do you not see the striking difference of people that are in the Bible versus outside the Bible? The condition of their lives. A sociopathic narcissist implies to the new member. A sociopathic narcissist implies that the new member is brainwashed into serving a sociopathic narcissist. Because the sociopathic narcissist knows the elements of those that he or she has successfully indoctrinated. Now, what I'm going to do, and I should take this down. Before I get into what I want to get into, I'm going to take my water ladies break because I did all the reading that I'm doing today. I'm not doing any more reading. And I'm going to leave this up just for about 1 minute to 2 minutes for you to read until I take my little lady break. And I'll be back and we'll dive into it. All right, beautiful people, let's get into it. I don't even need to put this up anymore. I think you read that enough. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Smash that like button. Honor to everybody. So now I'm just going to vibe. And before I open up my panel, it's going to be a little bit. Before I do, shout out to everybody watching and smash the like button. We have 1,300 people in here, man. Whew. Now I'm being tested. And I know my colleagues are trying to figure out which way I'm going to go in because they literally, I'm telling you, my colleagues, they think I'm crazy. But they know I'm not crazy, but they never know what's going to come out my mouth. But they know I'm vibing with my community, so anything's liable to come out my mouth. So many of us do, because I'm not going to sit up here and act like I'm the only one who's dealt with the federal government and state governments and municipalities. There's thousands of our people who do. But how many will actually come out and speak the truth in a manner in which they're not cowards to do so? Well, hello, I'm that individual. I'm not looking for top dollars. I'm not looking to be sold. I'm not looking to take the stand to make 9 digits. If we as Generation X men and women across these states don't step up, because we are the 4th generation, if we don't step up and teach and lead our children, something that we've lacked doing for many years because there are so many of our leaders that are indoctrinated and don't even realize the level of their indoctrination. I cannot honestly sit here and say that every politician who just believes he's doing the right thing, which generally in heart, they really want to do the right thing and pass the right laws. And you could be that individual, just like good cop, bad cop. Many cops go into law enforcement because they want to make a difference in their community and stop murders and bad violence. They all go in with that because of experiences or traumas they witnessed in their life. And they want to make a difference. You have a lot of politicians in the same boat. But their method, this is the part where I get to say that they're not aware of their indoctrination because of the methods that they take. It's the methods and the way that they go about it, making differences. Their methods are structured, and that's what they need to understand. They're never going to be unindoctrinated until they understand that their methods is what's keeping them indoctrinated. They don't understand. And I really believe that many of our politicians, whether they're judges, supreme justices, all levels of state, local, federal government, because their behaviors at work, when it comes to maintaining professionalism and following structured ways of handling many different situations. It's all written down for how they are to respond from whatever comes out their mouth in the news media, you name it, every way. It's already written in policy how they are to handle specific matters, all matters. And if it's not written, you must go to the next level of management so that safe measures can be taken when handling situations that are supposed to be on code. I'm on code, but an off code bitch. I'm on code, but an off code bitch. Yep, Indian language, I'm using it. I'm on code, but I'm off code bitch. Because at work, I follow instructions, I take orders, and I do what I'm supposed to. I do what I was hired to do. That's in my work life, in the contract that I agreed to do, my professional contract. That's the only control the government has over me. When I am home, off the clock, not representing the state, I'm in my own world and I can do what the fuck I want because there's an amendment that protects me. I can do what I want and speak with who I want to speak with and speak how I want to speak. I am not in the scope of my employment. No one controls me after after I am off their plantation. Mm-mm. I love exercising my first, Second Amendment rights, freedom of speech. They can't pay me enough to lie to my people or anybody across these states when it comes to seeking the truth about our history and sharing it with who it needs to be shared with, our people who lack the truth and who have been divided and indoctrinated. Somebody has to step out and tell the truth. Thank you, Rodney. And I asked myself for many years, I said, are there any brave politicians that look like me walking around and who boldly speak and tell the truth to its people? Are there any? And if there are, I apologize. I know none. But I know myself and I know where my heart is and I know what I want to share with you, what I consider to be truth and common sense. My way of telling the truth is analyzing government documents on our history as a people. That is the best thing you can do. I didn't say believe it all, but I said analyze it and put things in perspective where it makes sense, where there's no glitches in your understanding. You see, the way the government operates, you have to provoke them to initiate action, whether it's negative or positive. That is how this government always operated. And you have the power to do that, but it's called in a civil manner. I would never want to incite war. Everybody has a right to question the government. The government knows. They know you, they know who you are, they know about you, they know your history in life, they know whether you're a danger, and they know when you're not. We all know this. They have all your information from the time you were born until the time you die. They open you and they close you. They open your file and they close your file. And you have to understand that. And the civil way of handling things is my choice. I believe in civil behavior. I really do. It makes sense. Civil behavior is the best behavior. It really is. Civil behavior is the best behavior. We can say everything we want out our mouth and not mean it, but handling matters with a powerful government, civil behavior is always the best behavior. Let me tell you something very, very true about the United States government. When too much of the truth has been exposed, the way the government operates is they release records that you've never ever seen before. They just pop up. And that is how the government unanimously responds. And that's a civil manner. You can respond unanimously. Information randomly pops up. The truth pops up everywhere. Oftentimes, the information that pops up randomly from the federal government is oftentimes updated, literally, to modern days. Lots of errors are made, and you can see the errors just based on the time and the word usage. Word usage is so crucially important in government documents. That is the first error. Error, ERROR. That college professors, grad students, people who write books about history do. They modernize the language in articles or government information that they research and find. And the biggest mistake is when you're writing your articles or you have to be very careful of word usage. But what covers them is the dates that they write it. So when you see the dates on an article that's written by a popular college professor about anything, the date is what saves them because that date says, okay, I'm using modern terminology because they have to cover themselves too. Because when you write documents today and you insert the word African, African American, Negro, and colored in modern day articles that you write, sometimes these people are sued for using abusive language because some of those racial identities are abusive to use. Oh, yeah, considered abusive and humiliating. So, what I say this because that's one of the biggest mistakes. When you felt you found a government document that was federally written and you look back and see word uses today, African American, on documents that were supposedly written in the 16 and 1700s, those words were not used. So when they're used and you see them being modified, that you know automatically the documents had been modified. And it is a crime. It is truly a crime to update government documents. It's a crime when you're updating government documents and using racial classifications on the people that were not used in those times to throw off history or to put a lie in history, to keep a lie in history going when those were not the original words. That's a crime against humanity. You cannot, and you can ask any judge, any legislator this, if changing official documents from the government, from the legislator, is against the law. It is. I shit you not. I'll give you an example. If my boss writes a letter, let's say like my boss wrote a letter and I went in, I read his letter and I felt that what he wrote wasn't enough information that needed to be put in it. I am in violation because my boss is the only one that can officially sign a document. And I go in and make changes after he signs an official document, and he's the only one appointed by the governor to make final decisions. This is fact. My boss is the appointed person by the governor to make final decisions that become a part of policy and law. And I read the letter after he signs it. And my only duty was to get the letter out to the parties it needed to go to. And I go back and say, I don't like how he wrote this. And I go in and change a few words because it sounds good to me. But I'm not the appointed person by the governor to make a final decision. And I have tampered with a document that's official after it was officially signed. And I go in and I make a change. And the reader, the parties to the letter understand the letter in a different way. I'm in huge trouble because I have tampered with official documents. That's what you can't do. You can't do that because that document could serve as a precedent decision for future directors, managers that are appointed by future governors. And I interfered with an official document, changing the wording and understanding of what the appointed person wrote. My ass is grass. So now, the federal level being the supreme law of the land, signs official documents and noted in history for archiving purposes. I go in, I update a document and send it out to the world and share it with them. You have just created an action by changing federal government documents. Now, if you know a lie in the federal government document, you don't go and change it. You bring it to the attention to the federal government by declaring the truth based on former information that already existed before something is written. Yeah, that is the civil way to do it. So, and 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 being very honest with you, this is why all of my segments consist of dealing with who our people see as the culprits of our indoctrination. So I don't deal with anything on the level of college professors and scientists. I deal with where did the law come from? That's what I deal with. I don't, ancient history documents written by colleagues, friends, and people who've done research and study does not stand strong in any federal or state court. It doesn't hold any weight because I can write something about ancient history. But is it true? Does it mean that it's true? No. But what it does do is influence people into believing lies. I could dig up, you know, in my own self. I can go out in the field anywhere here where I live where there's dirt, just dig up shit and say, ooh, look, I found the bones that appear to be 52 million years old. I found it myself. These bones, just based on the measurements and the meters, and length, and strength, this bone is a Puerto Rican woman. This one bone that I found, it's a leg bone, and it belongs to a Puerto Rican woman being here. And then go and write a whole report about it and share it with the public. It's up to you to believe the rhetoric or challenge it and make it make sense for every fucking body else. That's a fact. And this is what I do with government documents because the federal government writes something that has not been tampered with and affix it to what it really is and what they truly witness and see. But then somebody else comes 50 years later and insert words that never existed. And then they forget they can't understand why it doesn't make sense. It's a lot of things that don't make sense. And, I was talking to a young brother who I think he's so sweet and he's very intelligent, Y2K, standing on DNA tests that he's came here from Africa on a slave ship and his ancestors, he found them based on blood from a DNA test from people who have always been a part of keeping your history from you. And you went to school, you went to college, and you're standing on it because you believe it, but you don't understand you're indoctrinated to believe in specific sciences, which is not true. But then he has no evidence of a ship docking him here. Only the fact that, oh, there's a ship that came from South Carolina, that docked in Charleston, South Carolina. So my family lived there. So I'm under the belief that the only way they got there, they had to come from Africa, and stand on that belief rather than understanding your family was already there. And you would, it's easier for you to find proof that your family's always been there, and it doesn't add up with the story that they came there because of the living conditions they were in at that time. If your family lives on a farm, owns a farm, have 20 kids, okay, even if they're renting, don't believe that your family was here the whole time and it's one of the Indians from here, but believe a false story. And then I asked him his age. He's so cute. He really is. And I'm not calling this young man dumb at all because he's very intelligent to me. I like him. And I like his mannerism. He has great manners. And when he told me he was 39, I knew this is a young man who's out on his own limb, doing what he's supposed to do, finding the information about his history and standing on what he believes to be true. He's 39, not saying he's dumb, but he doesn't understand that he's in the confines of indoctrination. It's a structured way of believing. You believe these tests. You're supposed to. Mm-mm. You have to look outside of the indoctrination. When you look outside the indoctrination, you find things to be make more common sense. And when you're looking for the truth, you find when you look outside of indoctrination, there's more questions that are not answered and that are not aligning up with lots of federal documents. So this is one of the main reasons why. And I gave him a huge example. And I have these documents, and I keep these up. These are not the only documents that I have, during research, but I use them because they're easy to make thousands of examples out of. So let me give this example because these are my, it's easy to make examples out of this. When you read, let's see, did I have even better one? Yeah. When you read this document, and this is an official federal report, and the only thing in here that there's a lot in here that stands out, by the way, but when you're saying that Negroes, and I'm going to use modern language, I'm going to use modern language. I won't even use Negroes. I'm going to use what they use today. When blacks are frequently met who speak nothing, do you understand what nothing, the meaning of nothing? They don't speak no other languages but Indian languages. They speak nothing but Indian languages. That's all they speak. They don't speak no other language. That's it, just Indian languages. All the Negroes. They didn't even say that the people with white and coloring features spoke Indian language. Nope, ain't say that at all. They were very clear and specific. The superintendent, federal government, superintendent, his observation, because he was there with them, because he needed them. They didn't speak anything but Indian languages. So the problem that I have with that is this. If The Negroes didn't speak anything but Indian languages. And the fact that we have people and this government portraying a specific people many years later that these are the Indians and they look kind of like Asian. Okay. If who they're portraying to be Indians and the Negroes are on the reservations and they don't speak anything but Indian languages, what you're telling me based on the people that you're saying are Indians, that my ancestors didn't speak nothing but Asian languages. Do you see what I mean? The picture doesn't go with the people here, first of all. And if they do, you're saying in 1860, when this report was given, 1860, that's not so far away, that Negroes were speaking Asian languages, because we know where the Indians that they're saying to be Indians that came through the Bering Strait, they came from Asia. So you're saying that my ancestors in 1860 spoke Asian languages in 1860. Let that sink in your head for a minute. Just let it sink in. Why is it? It doesn't make sense. In 1860, we spoke different Asian languages. That's what you're saying. That when you're saying, because you're saying that, you're saying the Negroes is Indians. Yeah, you're saying that. They're the Indians. But you're saying that these people with white and colored features are Indians too, but only by a remote degree of blood, which brings in the quadroons, octoroons, and quintoons. But these Negroes, they don't speak nothing but Indian languages. But then you throw a picture in society to try to throw off us, because you have to make sure that these people stay being blacks and African Americans, because that's what you put on the census sheets, on off the reservation in the 50 states. These same Negroes who then turned it from being Negroes to blacks. Now, we know that in Spanish, negro, negres, means black. But on the reservation, they're Indians. Off the reservation, they're not. They're these black people. So you're changing. You changed who these people originally were according to this federal document. I'm not understanding this here. You changed them. You did. That's a problem. That is a crime. That's a crime. But I know your governmental story. I know the slick story with the government. Well, we didn't change them. We just decided to use English words instead of Spanish. Negro means black in Spanish. So we're going to use black because black is in English. So we put black on the census sheets. We never told them they weren't Indians. We just described the color of their skin. It's not my fault they don't know that they're not Indians. Hell, it's not my fault they don't know that they're still Indians. We never said that they weren't Indians. Hell, my mom's listed as white. We know she's not white. She's Irish. We just put white, black to distinguish between the people. It's a black family, it's a white family. That's all. We never said they weren't Indians. Never. And you know what? The truth is, they never did say we weren't Indians. The only ones that are saying that now are our people who have been indoctrinated to teach a story that never happened. Okay. Y'all can hit Shay's son. You know what? Let me ban him out. Let me knock him out of the chat room, y'all. Because he's gonna learn. This is not the chat room for you. You have to go in the community where they tolerate you. Let's see. Excuse me, you guys. I'm just gonna go in here and ban him from my room. I'm not playing with anybody. I'm keeping it a buck. Okay, where are you, Sister Bethy? Give me a minute, you guys. I'm going to don't hit him. Let me hit him out because I'm gonna ban him out. I don't want him over here. Okay, where's my channel, Sister Bethy? There you are. Don't hit him. Let me hit him out because I'm gonna ban him out. I don't want him over here. Hit dogs holler. And I ain't got time for the bullshit. Let's see, where's this little punk ass at? Uh, where are you? Where did he go? Chris Kier, Shay Shun. Where's this stupid ass at? Shay Shun. I need to go ban him. Thanks, Enoch. I'll get him later. I'll just block him from my channel later. I ain't got time for the madness. I think I could go in there and oh, I can hide him. I can hide him from this channel. Okay, let's see if that works. I went behind you and hit him. Thank you so much. We got 1,600 people up in here. Do I really have time as a lecturer to play around? Oh, there he is. I should be able to hit him, hide him from this channel, ban and delete their comments. I think I got him. Okay. Good job. Awesome. Thanks for hitting that like button, y'all. So I say this. Those are the things that I look for. And I have tons of them. Rodney is so sweet. I have tons of information that I've researched. I never keep them in one place. They're all over the place. I have to make sure that I give all this information to other people that I affiliate with to hold so many hundreds of us that have it. You always have to do that because you don't know who your enemies are. You really don't. But that is a prime example. It's a prime example. The racial identity was changed. You know, when I look at and evaluate people like Jesse Jackson and the NAACP and the Black Caucus, a lot of them are boomers. A lot of them are boomers. And a lot of them know that a story ever being told about our people on a slave ship only came from the movie Roots. Oh, thank you, Brave Hawk. Thank you. Thank you, Brave Hawk. Well, I'll highlight your message in hopes that either one of those brothers reach out to you. So I'll leave it up for a little while in case they're watching and they could reach out to you. And thank you. I so appreciate the donation. I do. I truly do. Thank you. And thank you, Rodney. Thank you. Um, Free the Moon, Rodney. Love y'all, man. Thank you. Um, so yeah, there's so much information for us to focus on. And I say this because, you know, when you look at the Black Caucus and the NAACP and all these 501c3 organizations that have stepped up and deemed themselves as representatives, no, they cannot. The one thing you cannot do, and that's a fact, is represent someone who never gave you permission to do so. You can't do that. There's one thing that the Black Caucus has when it comes to us and the NAACP and all these 501c3 organizations. They may be organizations, including pastors. They don't have proof of you meeting with them to say, represent me before the United States. None of them have those signed documents. Now, if you're a member of somebody's church, that's a different story. I'm not a member of anybody's church. They don't represent me. And as X generation, let's take this down for a minute, sweetheart, but I will pin it to the top. Let me pin it because I really want, hopefully, I don't know if they watch my channel like that. I don't think they probably don't, but I'm going to still put it up. I want to pin this. Okay, I think I could pin this to the top. Pin, go to channel. Oh, damn, I don't know what I'm doing here. I think I can now. Oh, I guess I can't pin it, but I can certainly give it a heart. Thank you so much. But there it is. As X generation, we are the X generation and forward. We have to change our ways. We have to unindoctrinate ourselves. And we have to, we're the only ones that can help our families, us, and those generations forward. Where's my little breakdown? Where's my little breakdown? Generations. I'm at Generation X. The boomer generation. Now, this doesn't go for all the young boomers. There's a lot of young boomers. You have to be very careful because a lot of them are heavily indoctrinated. A lot of them spent many years of their lives trying to get a pat on the back from white men that own corporations, no matter whether it was in state or public. And they still, to this day, they go into their graves with looking for a pat on their back from white people. They look for it. That's all they want is a pat on their back. Unfortunately, everything they do in work, they want to impress. They strive and fight. All they want is a little bit of attention from a person in a position of power. Hey, look at me. How do you think I did? You think I did good? What should I work on? Looking for permission and a back rub. They spent a lot of their time trying to impress them. And the sad part about that, they raised their children to be the same way. There's a lot of people in Generation X who were raised by boomers to impress, because that was the beginning of trying to let white people know that we can really work with them as a people together in harmony. So they raised their children to be great workers, which is nothing wrong with that. But they also raised them to, here's what you got to do to climb that ladder. Always make sure you impress your boss. That's how the boomers did a lot of Generation X kids. And unfortunately, a lot of them today even trickled down to the millennial. It was a constant thing taught down. Now, there's nothing wrong with telling your child to get a good education, but it did a lot of harm to them. It made him fight against another colleague in work, be competitive to impress the boss. Please, please, all I need is your attention. I just want the world to know that you know me. How did I do? And that's that's very sad. It's very sad. It weakens you to understand that you have the same potential and the same gift and the same powerful blessing to create the same corporation that you're working in. If you can't impress yourself first, how can you reach out to impress others? You impress yourself. That's how you're competitive. You're competitive when you create your own. More power instills in you when you create your own, because you're constantly impressing yourself and you're constantly being proud of yourself. If you can't be proud of yourself, how can you expect somebody else to be proud of you? I'm talking to you, you college professors, and you people who have been trained to work for companies rather than create your own and be super. You're not Superman when you're trying to impress and beg and hope and strive for somebody's pat on the back. That's a behavior that's inferior. It's a terrible behavior. It's an inferior state of mind. And this is how we birth weak men. So now we're at Generation X because we have to lay the boomers to rest. They had their chance. So now we're at Generation X. in which my focus to work on indoctrination, create your own. And the millennials, thousands of them now, they're so woke and they're so wise. So wise. Generation Z and Alpha already came out business minded. And that's a fact. Generation Z don't want to come out of college working for nobody. They're and millennials, they don't want to work for no fucking body. They're like, no, I'm gonna do it myself. And that's a plus up on them. Generation Z, every generation get work. No, I'm not doing that shit. Create my own job. I work for my damn self. Generation Z. Yeah. And millennials. No, I work for my damn self. Get the hell out of here. So this explains the influx in the borders. But now we have them now that have those business minds, those millennials and those Generation Zs, and going forward. Now we have to fix their history because they're not using those tools that the boomers had and Generation X had when it comes to how they're going to think and who's going to tell them what. A little different. But we have to make sure that we correct our children on our history. People go right to Google. Oh, yep, this is the truth. No. No. You have to really ask yourself the common questions. How come my grandmother? Now, if you're listen, I got to put that back up. It's Generation X. We forget about this shit. Let me see. Where's my generations? Where'd you go? Oh, God. I started taking these braids out, y'all. Can't wait to get them out. I think this is it. Yeah. So now, you're a millennial. Or a Generation Z. Here's the problem. You're a millennial. And a lot of Generation X are into the daishikis. And so are the millennials. So now, if you're in Generation Z, and you say, my grandmother said something about some, and my grandfather said it was something about, we came here on slave ships and stuff, and we learned it in school. When you have a Generation X that's feeding that type of indoctrination, that's what happens. There's a lot of Generation X shaking the daishiki. But the baby boomers will tell you in a heartbeat, oh, I'm Indian. You better get your ass out of here. I ain't no damn African. But Generation X was very heavily influenced by Jesse Jackson. And so now when I listen to Y2K, who is a millennial, and hear him say, well, my father said I told me I was African. Well, I see why. Because if he's a millennial, and that means his daddy is probably a Generation X. I'm willing to bet. That's what happens. This is why it's critical for Generation X to correct this indoctrinating shit. Because if Generation Z pops up and say, I'm African. That's because his or her damn granddaddy's a Generation X that's flocking around with a funky dashiki. So when I say the Generation X needs to stand up, because now we're grandma and grandpa. We're big mama and big papa. We gotta say, sit down. You ain't no damn African. You did that's a lying story. Here's the story. We have to tell them the truth. So we're a thorn in the thistle to a lot of these Masonic organizations that's around. We're a thorn in the thistle to the NAACP. Jesse Jackson rhetoric. All these upcoming rhetorics. We're the thorn because we're taking control. Big Mama has to take control and tell them the story. Tell them the truth. No, no, baby. Because it's our grandmothers, our big mamas and mamas who told us who we were. And when you go back, now, I don't know why I keep taking this damn thing down and I'm not finished with it. If I'm Generation X and my mother is boomer generation and my granny is silent generation, granny is the one who told me, all of us, when the movie Roots came out. My granny was born in 1931, so she is the silent generation. Y'all ain't no Africans. You're Indian. Anybody in my family that was sitting in the living room every year like we do watching the movie Roots and Shaka Zulu heard Dot Hanks check shit at the door. Oh, no, no, no. You're Indian. You're not African. We ain't come on no damn slave ship. What the hell are you talking about? My mama and daddy was little girls. Now you're talking about the greatest generation. It was 16 of them. My grandmama, my mama, my mama in this instance, if it's my grandmother, it's her mama and all 16 of her sisters and brothers that were born in the 1900s, early night, beginning with, oh my goodness. Some of them were born in the 1800s, the late 1800s. They all got burned out of their home and were forced to leave. They went in the night and put the house on fire. And they made it down here from South Carolina to Connecticut to leave because of what was going on back then. Now, if you look in history, you'll see what the hell was going on down south. You laying in your bed at night with your family. And they set your house on fire. You got to go. You got to run. 24-hour notice to get out. You ain't out, they're going to set your house on fire. And that's what happened. So they tell you. Granny ain't going to lie. She made it very, you're not from Africa. We never had a conversation about any African relatives, anyone in the family coming on slave ships or any such of a story. We learned of that story in school and the movie Roots, which put an emphasis, which was also a lie. So we Generation X, we're the big mamas, and we must bring the families back into understanding that the B's on the census sheets means the same thing as Indian. They never did tell us that we were not Indians. It is only other people who don't know us telling us that these stories of us being African Americans, I mean, literally, I mean, you have millennials. Oh, okay. Millennials and some Generation X, the Alpha generation, the Z generation, running around in YouTube telling us who we are, that we're African. No, 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 no. You take a little young ass out of here. You are disrespectful when you're a millennial, okay, or a Y generation. When you come and tell your mother who she is and not understand that it's a fucking lie. You are very disrespectful when you come to Generation X, you being a millennial and Alpha generation, and telling a Generation X woman that you don't know who the fuck she is. It's very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. So this is why this segment is so important to me, because we need to unindoctrinate our future generations and work with the federal documents that they have on your family, literally. And I guarantee you, the federal documents, whether they were reconstructed or not, is the information that they have on your family. And they are not to be tampered with. That's as far as I can go with that. But the biggest mistake in that was creating those documents at a time, forgetting, creating a roots story and forgetting what these people that you enumerated had, what their assets were. You forgot about it. And you noted it too. It really wipes away a future lie, meaning the root story that coming from Africa on a Bering Strait, but the Asians are saying they came on the Bering Strait. So who's telling the lie? Who's telling the truth? And how is it that these so-called Negroes only speak Indian languages in 1860, which isn't so far away, and today they don't? When knowing and well that they're still speaking the same language they spoke back then. You can't do that. The government told the truth. It's Generation Y that's trying to fight that. You can't fight it, not with your DNA or nothing. If that's the case with DNA, everybody on the Dawes Road would have to, they have to burn the book. I'm going to open up my segment for the smoke. For the smoke. Or just some good old ass dialogue. All are welcome to the stage to have a great conversation. Let's talk about this, you guys. I'm gonna give you a little while to get up here. I'll wait. I'll be patient. If not, I'm just gonna keep rambling because we're gonna work on unindoctrination. Let's get this little link out here. Paste. Boing, boing, boing. There you go. The link is in the chat. I give you a little while to get up here. Give me some time if I'm not here when you get back. I'm going to heat my damn food up. So I'll be back. Take a little intermission. No questions, no smoke. The panel's open. Pin to the top. Well, I'll keep playing music till somebody pop up here. I don't care who it is, because I'm going to eat dinner behind this thing, and I really want to smoke. I want to smoke.
ISO, Dama. Woo! Hey, it's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, it's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, it's so many. Hey, it's so many. Yo, it's so many. Yo, it's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the road. look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop. Now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise. We just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose. Every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse. Ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's too many lies, too many lies. Hey, there's too many lies, too many lies. Yo, it's too many, hey, it's too many, yo, it's too many.
Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, get a ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep time. Leave that on scene, I ain't replying, lest I know you that.
What up, Chief?
Hey,
What's
you
happening
got
with
it,
you?
Chief Curtis.
I'm
You
out
got
here.
it.
I'm out here working on my suntan.
Oh, hey, Braveheart, is that you?
Hey, what's going on, Chief Bessie? How you doing?
Okay, I'm good. Y'all both got it. Y'all go ahead.
Hey,
Oh
I'm
I,
getting my
shit.
I
food.
just want, I
No,
just want
I'm just
one
getting
second.
my food.
Okay,
Go
do
ahead,
your
Chief
thing. Do your
Curtis.
thing.
I
Hey, how's
just
the
need
chat?
1 second, bro. 1
Go
second.
ahead, bro. Do your thing.
So,
I'm gonna
talking about the movie that's on Amazon Prime called "Fattening Frogs for Snakes." A friend of mine produced it and helped produce it, and he stars in it as well. His name is Dwight Floyd, and I would like for everyone to go, check it out when you get a chance because it's going to be depicting us as American Indians, and it's set in 1930s Alabama. And it's I don't want to give away too much of the movie, but I would just highly recommend everyone who's interested in us unlearning this false history and relearning accurate history, go check out that movie on Amazon Prime when you get a chance.
say
But
the
it's
name again. Say the
it's
name again. Frog
called
and
Fattening Frogs for
fattening.
Snakes.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll post it in the chat. I'm gonna drop down and I'll put the name of the movie in the chat so you guys can see it and go check it out when you get a chance.
Yeah, I'll check that out tonight when I sit down. No problem.
Hey, fam, it's gonna be worth it, man. Trust me.
Okay. 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 So how's the chat doing today? I'm out here in the sunshine trying to get my steps in. For as old men, we have to keep it moving. So that's what I'm doing today, right now. Anyway, knocked out a couple customers, work, and I said, well, let me get busy and give me a little exercise in. Can't go in the gym no more. Too old for that shit. But out here, I believe in low packing aerobics, which is a little bit of walking. So that's what I'm doing today. So
That's
back to
very healthy. I'm back, y'all. I just
so
wanted to
back
get my food. You got it. Y'all got it.
so back into what Sister Chief Bethany was saying about indoctrination. It is so rapid, so deep that when people are told their truth, they don't want to believe it. That people just don't want to believe that their ancestors been here, and slowly but surely, stuff is coming out to where people can see, like, hey, well, that's don't make no sense. And when you're watching these particular movies, they show melanated individuals and in the background and as part of the set, but you don't understand that they showing your people, showing you the truth. Um, I've been married to the same lady for some years now, and I'm showing her and I'm telling her certain things, and she's still like, but not everybody. I'm like, I'm not saying everybody, but you have to do your one thing that Chief always says is do your genealogy. All of them says it. Do your genealogy. And once you start doing your damn genealogy, you will see what is what. You feel me? You'll see where you come from. And you don't have to get back to no farther than probably 1800, 1815, 1870, really, 1860. You start looking at them damn census sheets, and them census sheets is the key to understanding where your family come from. Because you could look on the census sheet and they do. I think I said this before to some people, but how they use the census sheet is back before they were classifying people as two races. That's the one thing. Before they was doing the two race thing, they used to either capitalize, write the person's name, first initial, and the last name. That was an indicator from what I've seen in the census that person was Caucasian. Anybody with their full name, like Sam Johnson or Samuel Johnson, that individual was melanated. And so you can look at the census to see where your ancestor was. You just have to understand the hidden messages or the symbology that's in those damn census. But indoctrination is rampant. Even today, I listen to a couple different channels and I'm like, man, we still going back and forth with this dumb shit. I don't understand why people want to hold on to Africa. And damn, Africans is telling you ain't Africans. If they telling you, the Nigerians or Sunnis, whatever you want to call them, if they're telling you you're not African, why you want to fight about being African? It's just, anyway, I don't understand. And like Chief was saying, the Y generation, all them youngins, as they're calling them Jeets, they want to come up and hold on to the Daishiki and being African, Afro-American, or African-American. Misnomers. All that shit is misnomers to keep you lost, to keep you indoctrinated in some bullshit. That's all that is. Do your genealogy, you'll see. That's all you got to do. Spend the coin. Don't be cheap. Spend the coin. Buy the death certificates, the birth certificates, if you can get them. Go to the state where your family was. I'm getting ready to make another visit down the area down in Mississippi because I can't get what I need offline. So I'm gonna have to go down to a little town in Mississippi and find the documents that I'm looking for. And once I get those documents, I'm done with that side of the family bloodline because it'll lead me back to Virginia. And I just need to understand where he came from in Virginia. And we go from there. But understand that you are indigenous to America. I was in a lady's house, 2 weeks ago. Did a little drywall repair. By the way, I own a handyman business, Hill and Hill Company, LLC. So I do handyman services. And that's a cheap plug, but that's what I do here in Ohio. Southwest Ohio, Southeast Ohio, I guess that's what you want to call it. And so I was in her house. We were talking. And she was explaining to me about her son. And so I got on the topic of history. And lo and behold, I said, well, you have to understand history is a lie. And she shook her head, yes. And I said, well, why are you shaking your head? She said, because you guys are the original people of this land, without me even going into great detail. I'm like, really? She said, yeah. I said, I'm glad you said it. Because a lot of people will think the opposite. So she knew exactly that we're indigenous, American Indian, Aboriginal, whatever you want to call it. She knew it. And then because I'm walking the path that I'm walking, I put her on to what they call karmic astrology. So she's having a hard time understanding her son. And when she started going through that shit, she ordered the birth chart and everything right then. And when she started reading, all she was doing is go, I said, is everything okay? She said, yeah. She said, this is what my son is doing. I didn't understand. I said, now you do. So understanding yourself is a deeper thing than just, how can I say? It's a deeper thing than just spirituality. You have to understand everything. And even if you're a Bible thumper, you believe in the Bible says, you have to, what did it say? I'm walking now, I'm breathing hard. Know thyself. Know thyself. That's what you should know. Know thyself. A lot of people don't know thyself. And those planetary alignments and astrology that's around us, these planets have different powers at different times of month, different times of a year. And if you follow that shit, you'll understand yourself more and more. And you will also understand how to move during the year. Because as I'm as I'm learning astrology, not to change the subject, not rambling, but as I'm learning astrology, these damn planets put out energy. Call it whatever you want to call it, universe, God, Buddha, Allah, whatever. I don't care. But the universe is putting out certain energy. In order to capitalize on that energy, you have to understand the planet movement. So anyway, so when she said that she understood who we were, I'm like, these people know, Europeans know for sure. They know Europeans, as Dane Calloway would say, the peons. He's funny with that shit. But they know who you are because their family, their ancestors is telling them. Now, them ignorant ones, the poor trash, the poor folks, they gonna hold on to that. You effing NIGGER, they gonna hold on to that shit because that's their way of thinking that they have power and control over you. But at the end of the day, people know who we are. It's a time for us to know who we are. Those who on this channel know. Those who are around you want to hold on to what they've been told in school, and they don't think that school has lied to them. They don't think that they've been indoctrinated. And it seems like the more degrees these people have, and I understand why they hold on to it, it's because, you get a doctor's degree and then you find out that you've been lied to and you making $150,000, $200,000 and you ain't gonna go against that shit. That's that individualism. Right? And they've been grooming us for that since we was in the first grade, kindergarten. You get a star. How many people remember the stars? Stars and smiley faces, and that's individualism. And so, yeah. And so this is how they do it. Individualism. So, but we have to come together collectively. Put down all your religious beliefs. Put down what you think is to be that you come from Africa. Well, I think pan-boo-booism or I ain't gonna say it like that because that's disrespectful. Pan-Africanism and Israelite, being an Israelite, Hebrew Israelite. That's just something that's been thrown out here to make our people hold on to that religious aspect. And at the end of the day, we are what we are. And now that in the age of Aquarius, all this information, the age of information, it's out here. Pictures wise, documents wise, I mean, all of it. So anyway, I just say, just hold on and understand and let's come together, man. And I'm not one of the debate people. I'm gonna debate this, the debate that. It's good entertainment. But what's the outcome of the debate? What we doing after the debate? What you gonna do after the debate? I think that debate shit is niggas been debating for the last 10 years from what I can recall. The first time I started looking at YouTube, they've been debating over the same shit over and over again. It don't make damn sense. It don't. Like I said, I'm 60. So that shit don't make sense to me. You debating over their information, which is some ignorant shit. You debating over their information, and at the same time you said that the colonizers created. You debating and fighting over the information. What the hell? Open up your mind, bruh. Ain't that serious? You ain't gonna change a person's mind one way or another. Just like I stand on my spot. I know that I'm indigenous because I had too many. My grandparents, both sides, mother and father, they mama and grandmamas and granddaddies all were Indian. I know for a fact. Can I prove it by their documents? Maybe one side, but the rest of them, they know who they were because I spoke it. You don't trust no damn stranger to tell you who you are and tell you what you are. You just tell yourself because your grandmama and your granddaddy is the link, the source. Shit. Got to wake up with that bullshit. Anyway, I'm out here rambling, running my mouth. I ain't trying to sway nobody, but yeah, we need to work together and get out from under the indoctrination bullshit. Once you come out from under the indoctrination, I tell everybody these days, me, I tell my friends, man, you better forget everything that you was taught and start doing your own independent research. Because I guarantee you, you'll figure out you've been lied to. And does it make you angry? Hell yeah, it makes you angry. Makes you frustrated that all these years you had all these jacked up ass belief systems that you inherited and then come to figure out that it was all a lie. I don't remember my mother ever saying that she was from Africa. I never did. I never I never remember my father even saying that shit. Not even my grandfather. I was born at a time where I knew all my great uncles and great aunts. Um, and I remember those guys. And they never said my daddy was from Africa, my mama was from Africa. No, I can't remember that shit. And I got a pretty good memory. Shit, I can remember when I was 3 goddamn years old riding a bicycle. I can remember as a baby sitting in my baby car seat in the middle of my mother and father's bed watching an old ass movie called Rat Patrol and Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. I can remember that shit. And I was a baby. For some reason, that shit is imprinted in my mind. But never did they say they were African. Never. And I tried to go and correct my mother's birth certificate. I haven't went to the court system yet. I don't feel that I have to go to the court system, but I think that's one of the steps that you have to do. And I remember writing an affidavit and I sent it to state register, and he gonna send me a bunch of shit back saying I can't make the changes. You're gonna have to go through the court system. But my mother never said that she came from Africa. Nobody in her family. I'm light skinned, but my mother was sort of caramel color. Father was too. I'm light, as they say, but never did they say that they came from Africa. Hell. So I know for a fact that they all came out of Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, North Carolina, Virginia. That's where I want to go. I want to go down to Mississippi on my mother's people because my great fourth, fifth generation grandfather came out of Virginia, and I can't figure out where he came from. So if I can trace him back to the Virginia and his mother and father, then I'll be in good shape because I know, like I say, they own land down in Mississippi in the 1870s. And I like Chief Bethany always say, an African couldn't own land in 1870. Because we know that the term mulatto was used instead of calling them Indian. Mulatto was used instead of calling them Indian. And so I know for a fact that's where on my mother's side, some of the Indian blood came from, for sure, from them people down there. My fifth generation great grandfather. So, but like I say, damn, Chief, you still here? Am I
I
talking?
sure am being patient.
Oh shit! Well, you
Yeah.
should have told me to shut my damn mouth.
No, I was
You
letting you
said,
vibe. Hey, but the chat is feeling you. But I wanted to, as far as indoctrination,
yeah,
I want
indoctrination. Yeah,
people, as part of uh, putting a hamper on the indoctrination and where it's stemming from. I tell people when you find these articles written in modern times and these college professors are writing these articles and things of this nature, and you're finding them, and people are sharing them, spreading these false, you know, history stories. My approach to putting a hamper on this indoctrination because it will let the federal government know that we're not going to tolerate this anymore. These lies by
Right.
people who these colleges deem leaders and true factual researchers, and our people, you know, believing in this, you know, we have to put a hamper on it. So my thing is to that is we have to civilly go after these college professors that's teaching these lies in history and file lawsuits against them. When you read an article that's out, you need to pull them and file a lawsuit against the person who wrote the article. You have to
Right.
drag them in court because now it's going to be your story, which your proof is the information that the federal government have on your family versus their story. That's not accurate. So
Right.
I think in the droves, when we find articles, we need to make that a project. This is what I mean when I say we need to work together civilly. Start getting articles to me that you find. And I'm always willing, always getting these articles together and filing lawsuits against these people. We
Right.
need to start a database with just a bunch of articles and books written by people. And we need to start suing these people. We need to start suing and bringing actions against the news media.
Oh my God.
We
That's the
really, really do. We have to bring these actions and lawsuits against the news media. It's very simple to look up who their agent is, and you name these people in the news media point blank, as sue them as the individual employee of the news media as well as the corporation itself. These are things we have to do because they keep putting us all in one little box
You're
as
right.
African Americans, and we're not African Americans.
I,
So
I,
we have to really let these people know we don't have to step our asses out our house. We can literally file right from home and go after these people. If
I'm
we have to meet up in a court in a Pacific state, fine, so fucking be it. But we'll file it in the state that they're in, that they're incorporated in, the
I'm
news
noticing
media.
I'm
I would
noticing
love
these
to
things.
bring a lawsuit against Brian Kilman from Fox News
Why is that? Why is that?
because
He,
he's the very one angry about us saying that we're American Indian and his little Italian ass, spaghetti eating ass.
uh-oh.
We need to bring actions against every news person that keeps calling us individually, referring to us. Not everybody that lives in the inner cities are Africans or African Americans. We're
You're right.
not.
You're right. You're right on that. I'm noticing now that a lot of um, news outlets are saying people of color. They're they're throwing it out there instead of saying African American.
I'm fine with people of color because now I do have color
Yeah,
skin, but
brown. Yeah,
don't fucking pin African American on me or black. I don't
yeah. I
like
hate
that
that.
shit. It's
Me either.
offensive. Very
It's
offensive.
very offensive. You're right.
Calling me African American is offensive and it's arrogant because what you're saying to me is all niggas look alike. So you're African. That's what it means to me when you say it. So, um, in an effort
What up, good
to
brother?
hope, in an effort to influence you, um, as a people to do something like this civil, I know Chief Curtis, you're gonna be shocked. But I'm
What's up?
reading my lawsuit because I want to encourage people to file lawsuits against the news media.
Right.
This is what I do. This is what I take you in Zoom to do. This is part of my lecturing. This is part of educating my community to handle things in a civil manner.
Right.
It's you sleep better rather than waiting outside a news station with a 9 millimeter after someone who called you African American. No, you need to file a lawsuit against them. That's civil behavior.
Right.
Civil behavior. And we need to do it in the droves. So I'm going to take out the time. It's 2 years, going on 2 years. I'm going to read the lawsuit because I want to encourage as many of our people
Today?
as I right now. That's why I'm
Oh
doing
shit.
indoctrination.
Oh shit.
And I'm going to read it. I'm going to read
Okay,
it to its entirety. And I
okay,
don't want
Chief.
any interruptions. I
I'm
don't
gonna mute
want nobody
myself.
interrupting me.
All right.
It's okay, Chief. Nah, I'm not talking to, about you.
Okay, okay, okay.
But
I got
before
you.
I read it, I want to see if straight smoke, how are you? And golden culture, if you guys have anything to say before I start reading, because I'm not going to stop.
Salute, Sister Bethy. Um,
Salute.
Salute, my
I've
brother.
been listening to you. Hey, what's going on? Curious one. I've been listening to you while I was out on the street cooking today, and this was a long overdue topic. Long overdue
Yes.
because the broad stroke of painting a whole group of a bunch of people the same thing is just not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly.
No.
You know, and I said this a couple of times, and I'm gonna say it again. I truly believe this in my heart. The age of ignorance is over.
That's it.
And with that, I yield the flow.
Golden culture, do you want to say
Hey,
something before I
hey,
begin? Hi, do you want to say
can you
anything
hear me?
before I? Yes. Do you want to quickly say something before I begin reading the lawsuit? Because I'm encouraging
No.
people to file
Uh,
lawsuits against writers of our history. Find an article. If it's about African
we've
American and they're imposing it on us, you need to find out who wrote that article and file a lawsuit against them. This is war.
thank you, Sister Bethy.
This is
Can you,
civil war. This is civil war. Civil
it's
war.
treason. It's treason. Can I speak? Can I?
Yes,
Okay,
you can quickly
Sister
go and then
Bethy.
I'm going to read.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
going
I'm
to read.
I'm gonna be very fast. Yes, it's treason. Number one. Secondly, pay attention to how Sister Bethy draft this. If everybody pay attention to how Sister Bethy drafted, you can draft it too. And I yield the floor. Pay attention to how she draft her document. Go ahead, Sister Bethy.
Jeremy, do you want to say anything quickly before I start reading? Because I'm not going to stop and I don't want to be interrupted.
Hello?
Hello? Did you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay.
can hear you.
Okay, I
Yes.
was saying, do you want to say something quickly before I start reading? Because once I start reading, I don't want to be interrupted. I'm reading a lawsuit that
Okay.
I filed.
Okay. How everybody doing to the panel? Well, I just came from a place because I'm in Cambridge, Maryland, but I was born in Baltimore, so I go back and forth. And the indoctrination is it's past real because I was speaking to a I say pale face because I don't like to call them white. But I was speaking to a counselor that worked at a place called Dry Dock Recovery in this town, and because I was explaining to them, because in Cambridge, Maryland, the Indians down here was called Chop Tank Indians, and they was reclassified, and I was letting everybody there that looked like us know who they really was, and she was explaining to me that because we got into this conversation about that immigration situation, and she was like, to them, everybody in this country was foreigners, and I was like, no, most of your family might be foreigners, but all peoples is Aboriginal American Indians to this land. And she was like, "Oh, you talking about Native Americans?" And I had to tell her, "No, it's a difference between Native Americans and American Indians." And I think that a lot of our people nowadays, because Obama actually took Negro out of law, and replaced it with African American, and they just keep seeing this pop up when they do their research as African American over top of a lot of the information that they trying to research. So it's hard for our people to differentiate when it comes down to the difference of Native American and American Indian. But I had to explain to them because I got pictures and I got pictures of my grandfather and this whole attire, and I showed them, and all people's like, "Oh, that's the American Indians that they know of," because they seen the facial features and the dark complexion, and then they start understanding because all people's gotta be broken down like y'all do all the time. They gotta be broken down like it's no way that with the slave ship situation that could have happened, and the reason for the reclassification of removing us away from our land, that's what the reclassification was for. Because if you put that many titles on a person, then they're going to forget who they was through generations of the indoctrination through the educational system. But that's all I had to say, and I actually broke that down to them today. But yeah, it's real.
You
Thank you
speaking,
very
young
much,
brother?
Jeremiah. You
Thank you.
speaking. Thank you
Yep.
for sharing that with us, Jeremiah. I just want to say one thing. When it comes to President, former President Obama, he actually removed Negro from being a race identity. However, African American was instituted in 1988 by Jesse Jackson,
I'm still salty with that
who
nigga.
is
That,
yeah,
oh my
who is not
God,
representative of none of us. He's not even from my state. He's not
man.
even from my state. Not even from my state family lineage origination.
He got
So,
paid. He
and
got paid for that.
yeah,
You
you
know
were
that. You
paid,
know he
but
got paid for that. He
right,
got
and
paid for
you
it.
could actually bring a lawsuit against him because this
That's
is
just terrible.
controversy. It's controversy and it's terrible. Um, but anyway, I'm reading this lawsuit because I want to encourage you to exercise civil behavior. And we have to put a stop somewhere. You have to bring lawsuits against these museums that totally left our people out. And if they're in there, they're putting them down as African Americans. No, it's not true. So we can bring lawsuits against these African American museums and the people who made the statue and the people who put the statue. Oh, it gets deep. You list everybody that was involved with the creation and displaying of our history. So, this whole year, my focus is to push our people to go in their states, file lawsuits against their news media outlets, against uh, for college professors that write articles, okay, based on false research because of the research information they're finding is false and writing about our history. And we have to take civil action. So I'm going to read my lawsuit, and I already served quite a few museums their summons in this lawsuit, including adding Congress senators to the lawsuit as defendants, Cory Booker, and African American museums. I don't know anyone else that filed lawsuits against African American against these museum folks, but I did, and I have the proof of delivery of summons. So I'm telling you, when you hear history about these museums, that Sister Bethy was on the ass in federal court against these museums. I have proof of showing of filing the lawsuits against these these museums that are coming up and that have been out. I have my proof. Do I not have my proof, Chief Curtis, of delivery of summons?
Yes, you do. And
Okay.
then some.
So
And
I just
then
want to
some.
set that record straight. There's multiple museums that I sent a summons to that are listed
Sister
as defendants.
Bethy. Sister
So
Bethy.
I'm gonna read really quick, Jeremiah, because you're a little long-winded, sweetie, but I really want to read the
No, I
lawsuit.
just had to ask you. I just had to ask you a question. because I normally post this in the chat because I actually did some research on this word, and this word actually show that black is really dead in law, and it's called civilita mortis,
Yep.
and
That's out the Black
that
Law
actually
Dictionary.
break down how it's considered black is being dead in law. And a lot of people don't do that research on black being dead in law because they actually always just look up the color black when it goes with without color. But this actually breaks it down what it actually means in law when you actually do the research of this word.
That is factually correct. So now I'm going to share. I'm going to ask everybody to mute at this point because what I'm doing now is encouraging my colleagues, my friends, my associates, those that are watching live to bring actions against these writers of our history from colleges, elementary school, elementary school books. Look at your children's books. Find out who the authors are and file lawsuits against them. Please don't leave out when I will give you provide you with a list on our website. I'll just upload it of people that should be listed as defendants. So you hit the main people like the news media's outlets in their names. When referring to our community as African Americans and our people. So I'll work on that list. It'll be easy for me because I already have a list, but I'll add more. There's more to add because I really don't want you to leave out these book writers, authors, and these college professors. You all know that Jabari is one of them, and he should be listed as someone who's defending you with this African American studies. But there's more than just him. So here we go. There's myself at the top, plaintiffs, Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., its membership, Copper Colored Chronicles, North American, that's our newspaper, everything. And these are our defendants, United States of America, federal and state governments, all 50 states, the United States Department of the Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, United States Department of Education, Department of Vital Statistics, all 50 states, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, formerly known as Indian Public Housing, all 50 states, United States Department of Justice in all 50 states, United States Department of Treasury, all 50 states, United States Department of Veteran Affairs, all 50 states, United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, all 50 states, United States Commission on African American Affairs, all 50 states, the H.R. 40 Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, and each member appointed to the commission. And this has been updated to reflect the current people. These are just proof of delivery. It's a statement of claims. Let's just get into the lawsuit. So many papers you have to file. Now let's get to the actual case. Let me move this out. Oh, it's not in my way. Violations of the United States Constitution and the 50 states Constitution of the civil rights of its citizens. The claims asserted herein are brought against the United States of America, federal and state governments, 50 states, United States Department of the Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, United States Department of Education, Department of Vital Statistics, all 50 states, United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, formerly known as Indian Public Housing, United States Department of Justice, all 50 states, United States Department of Treasury, all 50 states, United States Department of Veteran Affairs, all 50 states, United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, all 50 states, United States Commission on African American Affairs, all 50 states, the H.R. 4 Commission to Study and Develop Reformation Proposals for African Americans Act, and each member appointed to this commission, Representative Jackson Lee Sheila. And that's also been updated to include Cory Booker. Pursuant to the Federal Tort Claims Act, for money damages as of compensation for injuries that were caused by the neglect and wrongful acts and omissions of employees of the United States, United States, United States of America, federal and state governments. These are all the defendants that I named. United States Commission on African American Affairs. I'm not going to read all those names again. And each member appointed to this commission, Representative Jackson Lee Sheila, while acting within the scope of their office and employment under circumstances where the United States, if a private person, would be liable to the plaintiffs under the law of the United States Constitution, the individual 50 states Constitution, the Union and Confederate States, and District of Columbia. Venue is proper in all that the acts and omissions forming the basis of these claims occurred in the United States, the individual 50 states, the Union and Confederate States, the District of Columbia, and arose from the neglect conduct of the United States and its agents against plaintiffs. This suit is timely filed in that on September 19th, 2022, plaintiffs timely served notice of the claims to all the people you heard me read. Comes now the plaintiffs, Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., Copper Colored North American Indian Nation, by and through their pro se representation as their complaint, and hereby moves for judgment against the defendants, United States of America, and every defendant I listed, and hereby moves for judgment on the grounds and in the amount hereinafter. United States District Court for the District of Columbia, the Federal Tort Claims Act, 28 U.S.C., Section 134, 1346B1, subject to the provisions of Chapter 171 of this title, the district courts, together with the United States District Court for the District of the Canal Zone and the District Court of the Virgin Islands, shall have exclusive jurisdiction of civil actions on claims against the United States for monies damages occurring on and after January 1st, 1945, for injury or loss of property or personal injury or death caused by the negligent or wrongful act or omission of an employee of the federal government while acting within the scope of his office or employment, under circumstances wherein the United States, if a private person, would be liable to claim it in accordance with the law of the place where the act or omission occurred. The district court shall have original jurisdiction of any civil action against the United States, provided in Section 622, 628A, 7426, or 7428. In the case of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, or Section 7429 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. The district court shall have exclusive original jurisdiction of civil actions under Section 2409A to quiet title to an estate or interest in property in which the interest is claimed by the United States, subject to the provisions of Chapter 179. The district courts of the United States shall have exclusive jurisdiction over any civil action commenced under Section 4532 of Title III by a covered employee under Chapter 5 of such title. Hate crimes. Title 18, United States, Section 249, Hate Crimes Prevention Act. This statute makes it unlawful to willfully cause bodily injury or attempting to do so with firearm, or other dangerous weapon. When the crime was be committed because of the actual or perceived race, color, religion, national origin of any person, or two, the crime was committed because the actual or perceived religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability of any person, and the crime affected interstate or foreign commerce, or occurred within federal, special, maritime, and territorial jurisdiction. The law also provides funding and technical assistance to the state, local, and tribal jurisdictions to help them investigate, prosecute, and prevent hate crimes more effectively. The law provides for a maximum of 10-year prison terms unless death or attempts to kill results from the offense, or unless the offense includes kidnapping or attempted kidnapping or aggravated sexual abuse or attempted aggravated sexual abuse for offenses not resulting in death. There is a 7-year statute of limitations for offenses resulting in death. That is no statute of limitation. There is no statute of limitation. Conspiracy acts rights. The statute makes it lawful for two or more persons to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person of any state, territory, or district in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him, her by the Constitution or the laws of the United States, or because of his or her having exercised the same. It further makes it unlawful for two or more persons to go in disguise on the highway or on the premises of another with the intent to prevent or hinder his or her free exercise or enjoyment of any rights secured. Punishment varies from a fine or imprisonment up to 10 years or both, and if death results, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse or attempt to kill, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life, or may be sentenced to death. Title 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. The statute makes it a crime for any person acting under color of law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom to willfully deprive or cause to be deprived from any persons those rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution and laws of the United States. This law further prohibits a person acting under color of law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom to willfully subject or cause to be subjected any person to different punishments, pains, or penalties than those prescribed for punishment of citizens on account of such person being an alien or by reason of his or her color or race. Acts under color of any law include acts not only done by the federal, state, or local officials within the bounds or limits of their lawful authority, but also acts done without and beyond the bounds of their lawful authority, provided that in order for unlawful acts of any official to be done under color of any law, the unlawful acts must be done while such official is purporting or pretending to act in the performance of his or her official duties. This definition includes, in addition to law enforcement officials, individuals such as mayors, councils, persons, judges, nursing home proprietors, security guards, etc., persons who are bound by laws, statutes, ordinance, or customs. Punishment varies from a fine or imprisonment or up to 1 year or both. And if bodily injury results, or if such acts include the use, attempted use, or threatened use of dangerous weapon, explosives, or fire, shall be fined or imprisoned under 10 years or both. And if death results, or if such acts include kidnapping or attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual assault, abuse, and attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, shall be fined under the title or imprisoned for any term of years, or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Title 18 of United States Code, Section 245, Federally Protected Activities. This statute prohibits willful injury, intimidation, or interference, or attempt to do so by force or threat of force, or any person or class of person because of their activity as follows: a voter or person qualifying to vote, a participation in any benefit, service, privilege, program, facility, or activity provided or administered by the United States, an applicant for federal employment or an employee by the federal government, a juror or prospective juror in federal court, a participant in any program or activity receiving federal finance assistance. Two, prohibits willful injury, intimidation, or interference, or attempt to do so by force or threat of force of any person because of race, religion, color, or national origin, or because of his or her activity as follows: a student or applicant for admission to any public school or public college, a participant in any benefit, service, privilege, program, facility, or activity provided or administered by the state or local government, an applicant for private or state employment, private or state employee, a member or an applicant for membership in any labor organization or hiring hall, or an applicant for employment through any employment agency, labor organization, or hiring hall, a juror or juror in state, a traveler or user of any facility of interstate commerce or common carrier, or a patron of any public accommodation, including hotels, motels, restaurants, lunchrooms, bars, gas stations, theaters, or any establishment which serves the public and which is principally engaged in selling food or beverages for consumption on the premises. Prohibits interference by force or threat of force against any person because he or she has been, or in order to intimidate such person or any other person or class of persons from participating or affording others the opportunity or protection to so participate, or lawfully aiding or encouraging other persons to participate in any of the benefits or activities listed in items 1 and 2 above without discrimination as to race, color, religion, or national origin. Punishment varies from fine or imprisonment. We already know what this says, the same thing. Federal explosive statute, whereover uses fire or explosives to commit any felony which may be prosecuted in the court of the United States, or carries any explosive during the commission of any felony which may be prosecuted in a court of the United States, including a felony which provides for an enhanced punishment if committed by the use of deadly or dangerous weapons or device, shall, in addition to the punishment provided for such felony, be sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years, but not more than 15. In the case of a second or subsequent conviction under this subsection, such person shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 10 years, but not more than 25 years. Criminal interference with right for housing. The statute makes it unlawful for any individual, by the use of force or threatened use of force, to injure, intimidate, or interfere with, or attempt to injure, intimidate, or interfere with any person's housing rights because of the person's race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin. Among those housing rights enumerated in the statute are the sale, purchase, or renting of a dwelling, the occupation of a dwelling, the financing of a dwelling, contracting or negotiating for any of the rights enumerated above, applying for or participating in any service, organization, or facility relating to the sale or rental of dwellings. This statute also makes it unlawful by use of force or threatened use of force to injure, intimidate, or interfere with any person who is assisting an individual or class of persons in exercise of their housing rights. Pattern and practice. Pattern and practice. The civil statute was a provision with the Crime Control Act of 1994 and makes it unlawful for any governmental authority or agent thereof or any person acting on behalf of a government authority to engage in a pattern or practice of conduct by law enforcement officers or by officials or employees of any governmental agency with responsibility for the administration of juvenile justice or the incarceration of juveniles that deprives persons of rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution of laws of the United States. Whenever the Attorney General has reasonable cause to believe that a violation has occurred, the Attorney General, for or in the name of the United States, may in a civil action obtain appropriate, equitable, and declaratory relief to eliminate the pattern of practice. The types of misconduct covered include, among other things, excessive force, discriminatory harassment, false arrest, coercive sexual conduct, unlawful stop, searches, or arrests, education, Title 20, United States identity theft, and Section 1028, and coercion. Title 25, Code of Federal Regulations, Section 11.406, criminal coercion. Title 42, United States Code, Section 3617, interference, coercion, or intimidation. Title 923, Title 18, United States Code, Section 371, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Title 18, United States Code, Section 371, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud the United States. As it pertains to Bathiona Guys, the Waya Nation, its member, and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation, aka the Negroes, aka American Indians of North America, whose ancestors were forced assimilated within the United States of America under false identities created by the United States in the 1800s. Politicians, religious leaders, and their appointed commissioners and their descendants, posterity, as outlined below. Due to the colonization of the land area commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, more specifically North America and the surrounding islands, the copper-colored North American Indians, also known as Negroes, of these lands have been systematically gentrified and misclassified as descendants of Black racial groups associated with Africa, i.e., mulatto, Negro, colored, Black, and African American. We, the copper colored North American Indians of the commonly known area of the Western Hemisphere, aka the Americas, return all of our rights as the true first people of North America. We are not Moors. We have no affiliations with that organization, nor are we a kickoff of that organization. We are not a religious organization, nor are we a racist cult group. We are a humble people seeking to educate our people of their true identity rather than the false historical education that was established by the United States. United States Corporation of America via its educational systems across the Americas and the many religious organizations overseeing the civilization and colonization of our people. There have been countless crimes, wars, and other atrocities committed against our people that need to be redressed and corrected by the United States governing body, including but not limited to the identity correction, land appropriation that is held in trust, travel, the return of artifacts, and the right of self-govern to self-govern. Therefore, we have reestablished ourselves as the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., and the copper colored North American Indian Nation within North America. All so called black people in the Americas are not descendants of Africa. Rather, we are the true first Americans of North America. Our ancestors are from North American soil, and we were here before anyone arrived in the North American soil. This massive misclassification of our identity as coloreds, Negroes, mulattoes, blacks, and African Americans is the result of social programming, local political policies, and educational system indoctrinations from the 50 states and is not and will not be accepted by Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., and the copper colored North American Indian Nation in any manner, whether it be personally, socially, politically, or false, illegal doctrines. This continued practice of the 50 states to continue such reckless behavior is seen as a conspiracy to commit fraud, identity theft made by foreigners, a hate crime, and defamation against Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., and the copper colored North American Indian Nation, also known as American Indians, aka colors of the Western Hemisphere, under international law and the American Constitution, including each of the 50 states' constitutions. The United States Corporation of America, its nation state affiliates, and sponsors have been committing many sorts of crime against the copper colored North American Indians, aka Negroes, of this land without as one warning for the killing, rape, lynching, displacement, coerced and forced assimilations, and scientific experiments. The list of immoral and criminal activity is almost too long to imagine, and there must be an accounting and remedy. The majority of white Africans and Europeans descendants in the United States of America believe that the copper colored North American Indians, aka American Indians, aka Negroes, misclassified as black, were all brought here on slave ships by their ancestors, not realizing that we were here long before their ancestors existed. And the only reason that they believe the false narratives is because of the great effort to cover up factual history throughout the United States of America's educational systems, the news media, the television entertainment. Our ancestors were threatened and lynched if they passed down their true identity as the first people to their descendants. Rather, when they were forced off their farmlands into the United States of America Corporation, they were coerced and forced to identify themselves on all paperwork, applications, forms developed by the United States of America Corporation as Indians, coloreds, Negroes, mulattoes, blacks, and in 1988 as African Americans without our individual consent. Our ancestors were beaten, burned, and lynched if they were to mention who they truly are as a people. However, in recent federal and state laws enacted, men and women are allowed to change their sex and identity sexually who they wish to be. We, the plaintiffs, wish to identify as who we truly are here in the Americas. Our race identity as citizens is very important and sense of pride to our children. We are not connected to in no way by blood or culture with Africans. There are millions of acres of lands held in the trust by the governing bodies of the Americas that are the birthright of the American Indians, aka American Indians, aka Negroes of the land. And we demand that such land be returned in good faith and without obstruction, harassment, or oversight. Since our ancestors have been systematically removed and gentrified from their lands via explosives, fires, militia enforcements in North America, by fraudulent practices, and by intimidation, coercion, duress, and warlike tactics, we feel it would be in the best interest of all involved to give back our land and allow us to live in peace, as well as begin the healing of our troubled communities across the 50 states. Well, it will give gang members, drug dealers a sense of positive hope to redirect their behaviors. I need to take a break. I will come back to this. This gets so passionate for me that I sometimes have to stop in the middle because it took a lot to put this paperwork together. And reading it is a constant reminder of how much harm these professors, these politicians, our own people, and countless foreigners continue to abuse us as a people. So I'm going to relinquish the mic for a moment, play a little music, and come back and finish reading. You can express your thoughts so far as to what I've read and how I am addressing this, how I have addressed this country. You're free to talk.
That was heavy. That was real heavy. So well articulated and in depth about it. That's heavy. That is heavy right there. But this is what's needed. This is truly what's needed. You start holding people accountable for their actions. Wow, I love it. I love it. Anybody else? Go ahead. I'm still soaking that in right there, man.
Like I say, what she did is powerful, and the documents that was created was very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
They trying to play her to the left because they haven't really took action towards yet. You know what I mean? They she keeps checking the suit, and they keep, you know, not posting any new information to the suit. And it's the reason why is because she laid it out so spectacular. It's no way that you can, you know, if a judge responded, if a judge really responded at the president's is set. You know what I
Yep.
mean? So that's why they haven't responded, because the presidents have been set, and they probably will time it out. That's what they do to these kind of cases. They'll time it out. It'll be 5 or 10 years before they even try to really respond. Look how many
Well,
of those American Indian tribes, the ones, the so-called Black Creek or the Black Cherokee or Black Choctaw, how long it took them to get, you know, their reinstatement to the nation that they were applying to. I mean, it took years, 15, 20 years. So
And I
this,
but I,
think
I,
that was
So
Go, go ahead.
on this type of case, this is what they do.
I
They
think
want
that's
you to die
always one
off.
of I think that's one of I think that's one of always the problem when it comes down to when you attach black to anything, because just like everybody know that it means dead in law, so when you apply that to anything that's supposed to be original, you kill it.
I
You kill
understand.
any definition when you apply that to anything. When it comes down to, even if you apply American, I mean black to American, that actually
Yes.
that did
Cancels.
you out of the
Yes.
situation.
Yes. And
So
I agree with you. But what they were trying to do is get reinstated. I'm just using that as an example. They were trying to get reinstated to whatever nation they were in Oklahoma. That's what they were trying to do, and finally it happened. And they
yeah,
fought
but the
tooth and nail
problem
20 years.
Yeah, but the problem becomes when a lot of those older elders, when they actually think about the word black, when they actually want to get reinstated into anything, black and those terms always apply to slavery, and they can't prove that they was actually slaves. So when you send that to any European, they automatically gonna out with it because it's no proof of it. So you actually is a dead entity either way when you apply that to any situation of black.
I feel what you're
Well,
saying, and I understand
well,
what you're saying. I got a Black's Law dictionary too, so I understand what you're saying. But at the end of the day, this is how the system is recognizing whatever the person is. This is what the system is recognizing, and you're trying to correct that system and say, no, I'm not, I'm not black. I'm this. But I'm just using the word Black Cherokees as an example instead of saying Choctaw or Choctaw as an example, not
Yeah,
using
but
the
see,
word
the
Black.
thing is, but the thing is, like that's just added on confusion,
Got you.
because it's just like you actually add an African Cherokee or African
I got what you're
American.
saying. I got what
Is
you're
the
saying.
same thing. I don't think that it's no cut cards when it comes down to that, because it's applied to the same definition. Like when they say black, it say slash African American. So you just put in those two to remove you away from actually being aboriginal to this land.
You're
So
right,
you
brother.
you taking yourself to another land when you put those two into one American.
I feel what you're saying. I'm just talking about the lawsuit that you can find on YouTube that they finally won. That's all I'm referring to. I'm not saying what I use. I'm saying what they were talking about at that time to try to give context to the people that won their citizenship back to their nation. That's all.
Can I speak?
of course.
Okay. I just want to know what you guys did. That was a beautiful document that she had expressed through due process of law. And it's under article, I forgot what article it's under. It's under article, I would say under article 2. I think it is due process of law. And she illustrated very well the administrative process. And this is where a lot of us don't know how to write administrative process. So when I had told Sister Bethany, I hope everybody pay attention to her administrative process, because it's a proclamation. Now I don't want to say it is a proclamation, but she is absolutely declaring on document, and anybody can do it. It's called due process of law, and she is giving it away for free. And she wants all of us to do it. It takes you to express yourself in written form, and that's what she did, and she demanded it. Once she demanded, now I don't know if she did it through an alpha data or motion or whatever, but she demanded it and expressed it on paper, on document, as due process of law. I salute Sister Bethy. I have to, Sister Bethy, I have to hang up, but I'm gonna come back. But I would like to, ask a couple of people what they know about due process of law and administrative process. I yield the floor. Y'all stay sharp. Peace.
Peace.
As always, bro. As always. Man, that hit hard. That hit hard. That really did. That highlights everything that needs to happen. I mean, right now. That's how you put action into words to attain a real response. That is damn, Sister Betty.
The wonderful thing about what that document did was the wonderful thing about that document. It lays out the atrocities and what is continuous happen, and it provides the backdrop of how they did it. The It provides how they did it and how they continuously doing it, and what has been weaponized against all peoples. It's just not our people, because the education system was weaponized uh, the so-called history of
Yep.
our people to make our people feel inferior, why it props up another group of people.
Correct.
And they use this is just, I can't say for sure, but we know that they use certain government agencies to continue on uh, with the what they call, was that propaganda, and how they, when other people come to this country, how it's part of that curriculum, say don't talk to that group of people because they are this. Talk about immigration. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm.
This is what
Mm-hmm.
they do when they give out citizenships, so-called citizenships to foreign nationals. So it's still being used against us. It comes to a point where you stop asking permission and you just do what you do. And like the young brother was saying, how he corrected whoever the HR manager was when I was walking, how he corrected the HR manager and say, hey, this is that. Yeah. So I'm gonna yield the mic.
Yes, because it's been so much indoctrination when it comes down to, like, that's why I respect everything that she put down, because she attacked everything on all levels. Like, it's the indoctrination, the education system, it's the indoctrination of the media, it's the indoctrination of the entertainment industry, because the entertainment industry is a key factor too, because that's proven through visual. And a lot of our peoples actually learn visually. Like when they see something on TV or when they see a movie, and when they actually use the Native American Mongoloid or Paleface as the original American Indian, all peoples believe that's them, because we never get a representation of the real one, except if we go all the way back into like the 70 movies, when they actually really showed the Aboriginal American Indian as being us.
You're correct.
Articles. I'm going to proceed now. I
All
had
right.
enough. Articles. The United States and federal government have violated from American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Section 1. Indigenous People. Scope of application. Article 1. Self identification as Indigenous people will be a fundamental criterion for determining to whom this declaration applies. The state shall respect the right to such self identification as Indigenous individually or collectively, in keeping with the practices and institutions of each Indigenous people. Article 2. The state recognize and respect the multicultural and multilingual character of the indigenous people who are an integral part of their societies. Article 3. Indigenous people have the right to self determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Section 2. Human rights and collective rights. Article 5. Full effect and observance of human rights. Indigenous people and persons have the right to the full enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms as recognized in the Charter of the United States Nations, the Charter of the Organization of American States, and international human rights law. Collective rights. Indigenous people have collective rights that are indispensable for their existence, well being, and integral development as peoples. In this regard, the states recognize and respect the rights of the indigenous people to their collective action, to their juridical, social, political, and economic systems or institutions, to their own cultures, to profess and practice their spiritual beliefs, to use their own tongues and languages, and to their lands, territories, and resources. States shall promote with the full and effective participation of the indigenous peoples to the harmonious coexistence of the rights and systems of the different population, groups, and cultures. Gender equality. States recognize that violence against indigenous people and persons, particularly women, hinders or nullifies the enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms. States shall adopt the necessary measure in conjunction with indigenous peoples to prevent and eradicate all forms of violence and discrimination, particularly against indigenous women and children. Article 8. Right to belong to the indigenous people. Indigenous persons and communities have the right to belong to one or more indigenous people in accordance with the identity, traditions, customs, and systems of belonging of each people. No discrimination of any kind may arise from the exercise of such right. Rejection of assimilation. Indigenous people have the right to maintain, express, and freely develop their cultural identity in all respects, free from any external attempt at assimilation. The United States shall not carry out, adopt, support, or favor any policy to assimilate the indigenous people or to destroy their cultures. Protection against genocide. Indigenous people have the right not to be subjected to any form of genocide or attempts to exterminate them. Guarantees against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other related forms of intolerance. Indigenous people have the right to be subject to racism, not to be subject to racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other related forms of intolerance. The states shall adopt the preventative and corrective measures necessary for the full and effective protection of this right. Cultural identity. States shall provide redress through effective mechanism, which may include restitution, developed in conjunction with indigenous peoples with respect to their culture, intellectual, religious, and spiritual property taken without their free, prior, and informed consent or in violation of their laws, tradition, and customs. Systems of knowledge, language, and communication. Indigenous people have the right to preserve, use, develop, revitalize, and transmit to future generations their own histories, languages, oral traditions, philosophies, systems of knowledge, writing, and literature, and to designate and maintain their own names for their communities, individuals, and places. The states shall adopt adequate and effective measures to protect the exercise of this right with the full and effective participation of indigenous people. Education. States and indigenous peoples, in keeping with the principle of equality of opportunity, shall promote the reduction of disparities in education between indigenous people and non-indigenous peoples. Indigenous people have the right to establish and control their educational systems and institutions, providing education in their own languages in a manner appropriate to their culture, methods of teaching and learning. States shall promote harmonious intercultural relations, ensuring that the curricula of state educational systems reflect the pluricultural and multilingual nature of their societies and encourage respect for and knowledge of the different indigenous cultures. States shall, in conjunction with indigenous peoples, promote intercultural education that reflects the worldview, histories, language, knowledge, values, cultures, practices, and ways of life of those peoples. States, in conjunction with indigenous people, shall adopt necessary and effective measures to ensure the exercise and observance of these rights. Indigenous spirituality. No indigenous people or person shall be subject to the pressures or impositions or any other type of coercive measures that impair or limit their right to freely exercise their indigenous spirituality and beliefs. Indigenous people have the right to preserve, protect, and assess their sacred sites, including their burial grounds, to use and control their sacred objects, relics, and to recover their human remains. 4. States, in conjunction with indigenous people, shall adopt effective measures to promote respect for indigenous spirituality and beliefs and to protect the integrity of the symbols, practices, ceremonies, expressions, and spiritual protocols of indigenous peoples in accordance with international law. Indigenous family. The family is a natural and fundamental group unit of society. Indigenous people have the right to preserve, maintain, and promote their own family systems. States shall recognize, respect, and protect the various indigenous forms of family, in particular with the extended family, as well as the forms of matrimonial union, filiations, descent, and family name. In all cases, gender and generational equity shall be recognized and respected. Health. Indigenous people have the collective and indigenous right to enjoy of the highest attainable standard of physical, mental, and spiritual health. States shall take measures to prevent and prohibit indigenous peoples and individuals from being subject to the research programs, biological or medical experimentation, as well as the sterilization without their prior, free, and informed consent. Likewise, indigenous peoples and persons have the right, as appropriate, to access their data, medical records, and documentation of research conducted by individuals and public and private institutions. Indigenous people have the right to use, without any discrimination whatsoever, all the health and medical care institutions and services accessible to the general population. States, in consultation and coordination with the indigenous people, shall promote intercultural systems or practices in the medical and health services provided in indigenous communities, including training in indigenous technical and professional healthcare personnel. States shall guarantee the effective exercise of the rights contained in this article. right to protect of a healthy environment. Indigenous people have the right to live in harmony with nature and to a healthy life, safe and sustainable environment, essential conditions for the full enjoyment of the right to life, to their spirituality, worldview, and the collective well being. Indigenous people are entitled to be protected against the introduction of abandonment, dispersion, transit, indiscrimination use, or deposit of any harmful substance that could negatively affect indigenous communities, lands, territories, and resources. Organizational and political rights, rights of association, assembly, and freedom of expression and thought. Indigenous people have the rights of association, assembly, organization, and expression, and to exercise them without interference and in accordance with their worldview, inter alia values, usages, customs, ancestral traditions, beliefs, spirituality, and other cultural practices. Indigenous people, in particular, those who are divided by international borders, shall have the right to travel and to maintain and develop contacts, relations, and direct cooperations, including activities for spiritual, cultural, political, economic, and social purposes with their members and other peoples. The state shall adopt, in consultation and cooperation with the indigenous peoples, effective measures to ensure the exercise and application of these rights. Right to autonomy or self government. Indigenous people have the right to maintain and develop their own decision making institutions. They also have the right to participate in the decision making in matters which would affect their rights. They may do so directly or through their representatives in accordance with their own norms, procedures, and traditions. They also have the right to equal opportunities to assess, access, and to participate fully and effectively as peoples in all national institutions and for and including deliberative bodies. Indigenous law and jurisdiction. The indigenous law and legal system shall recognize and respect it by the national, regional, and international legal systems. The matters referring to indigenous persons or to their rights or interests in the jurisdiction of each state shall be conducted so as to provide for the right of the indigenous people to full representation with dignity and equality before the law. Consequently, they are entitled without discrimination to equal protection and benefit of the law, including the use of linguistic and cultural interpreters. Contribution of the indigenous legal and organizational systems. Indigenous peoples have the right to full and effective participation in decision making through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own institutions in matters which affect their rights and which are related to the development and execution of laws, public policies, programs, plans, and actions related to indigenous matters. Treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. Indigenous people have the right to the recognition, observance, and enforcement of the treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements concluded with states and the successors in accordance with their true spirit and intent and good faith, and to have the same be respected and honored by the states. State shall give due consideration to the understanding of the indigenous people as regards to treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. Social, economic, and property rights. Indigenous people have the right to lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used to acquire. Indigenous people have the right to own, use, develop, and control the lands, territories, and resources that they possess by reason of traditional ownership or other traditional occupation or use, as well as those which they have otherwise acquired. Indigenous people have the right to legal recognition of the various and particular modalities and forms of property, possession, and ownership of their lands, territories, and resources in accordance with the legal system of each state and the relevant international instruments. The state shall establish the special regimes appropriate for such recognition and for their effective demarcation or titling. Labor rights. Indigenous people in person have the rights and guarantees recognized in national and international labor law. States shall take all special measures to prevent punishment and remedy the discrimination to which indigenous people and persons are subjected. In case indigenous peoples are not effectively protected by laws applicable to workers in general, states in conjunction with indigenous people shall take all measures that may be necessary in order to protect indigenous workers and employees in relation to contracting under fair and equal conditions in both formal and informal employment. Establishes, apply, or enforce laws so that both female and male indigenous workers equal opportunity enjoys equal opportunities and treatment in all terms, conditions, and benefits of employment, including training and capacity building under national and international law, are not subject to discrimination or harassment on the basis of inter alia, race, sex, indigenous origin, or identity, are not subject to the coercive hiring systems, including debt servitude or any other form of forced or compulsory labor, regardless of whether the labor arrangement arises from law, custom, or an individual or collective arrangement, in which case the labor arrangement shall be deemed absolutely null and void. Ensure that the indigenous workers and their employers are informed of the rights of indigenous workers under national law and international and indigenous standards, and of the remedies and actions available to them to protect those rights. Article 18, protection of the cultural heritage and intellectual property. Indigenous people have the right to the full recognition and respect for their property, ownership, possession, control, development, and protection of their tangible and intangible cultural heritage and intellectual property, including its collective nature, transmitted through millennia from generation to generation. The collective intellectual property of indigenous peoples includes, inter alia, traditional knowledge and traditional culture expressions, including traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources, ancestral designs, procedures, cultural, artistic, spiritual, technological, and scientific expressions, tangible and intangible cultural heritage, as well as the knowledge and developments of their own related to biodiversity and the utility and qualities of seeds and medicinal plants, flora, and fauna. Right to development. Indigenous people have the right to maintain and determine their own priorities with respect to their political, economic, social, and cultural development in conformity with their own world view. They also have the right to be guaranteed the enjoyment of their own means of subsistence and development and to engage freely in their economic activities. States shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free and informed consent prior to the approval of any project affecting their lands or territories and other resources, particularly in connection with the development, utilization, or exploitation of mineral, water, or other resources. Indigenous people have the right to effective measures to mitigate adverse ecological, economic, social, cultural, or spiritual impacts for the implementation of development projects that affect their rights. Indigenous people who have been deprived of their own means of subsistence and development have the right to restitution, and where this is not possible, to fair and equitable compensation. This includes the right to compensation for any damage caused by them by the implementation of state, international, financial institutions, or private business plans, programs, or projects. I'm not going to read all the articles. I'll read the remedies. The plaintiff's remedies that the plaintiff, I read the last one. So many. The rights recognized in this declaration and the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People constitute the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of the indigenous peoples of America. The remedies, the plaintiffs, Bethionic Isles, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc. membership, and the Copper-Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation are a humble nation in the Americas, as as the American Indians, aka Negroes of the Western Hemisphere, more specifically North America, being of sound mind, body, and spirit, reserve all rights to self-govern to the best of our ability without the need for regulation, obstruction, oversight, or harassment from the governing bodies. We will operate as civilized, humble, and responsible people with no intentions to overthrow, cause havoc, or issues toward the federal government, its affiliates, the 5 federally recognized tribes, or any other federally recognized groups established within any of the territories of the United States of America Corporation. We prefer not to register with any of the federally recognized tribes as their members or citizens. We are the full blood North American Indians, and their policies are in severe conflict with ours. The plaintiffs, Bethionic Isles, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., its membership, and the Copper-Colored North American Indian Nation, aka North American Indians, aka Negroes, reserve all rights to travel anywhere and any time of our choosing within the Western Hemisphere without obstruction, harassment, corporate identification, or citizenship of any state sponsored territories. We also have our tribe's membership identification cards identifying the members of our active, in good standing tribe, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., and the Copper-Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation. 1317 Edgewater Drive, Suite 2183, Orlando, Florida, 32804. The plaintiffs, Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., its membership, and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation, aka Negroes, have been subjected to what is commonly known as paper genocide or paper terrorism by the United States Corporation of America, its affiliates, etc., local governing bodies, and their affiliate United States Corporation of America, its affiliates, etc., local governing bodies, and their affiliate Masonic partners slash orders. For example, policy writers, enforcers, state and local vital statistic offices policies, and other corrupt actors. We will no longer accept your aggressive and, in most cases, detrimental paper computer rulership as those laws formerly enforced by Walter Ashby Plecker, 1924 Racial Integrity Act, identity classifications, etc., as specifically outlined above. We are the Wyatt Tribe Inc. and Copper Colored North American Indian, aka Negroes of North America. We will no longer hide our identity due to former threats imposed on our grandparents, ancestors in the early 1800s. The plaintiffs, Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., its membership, and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation, man, woman, or child, have a natural right to protect themselves under any circumstances. The plaintiffs, Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., its membership, and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation, and according to the Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 2, representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within the Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed 3/5 of all other persons. In an effort to impose taxes and take away the land from our ancestors, the United States and its state agencies, their established militias, all levels of protective services, police, National Guards, Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Marines, federal and state level across the 50 states, forced assimilation, the American Indians, aka Negroes, off their lands when they were not citizens and had no militia protection, enlisted them under false race identities as Negroes, coloreds, mulattoes, blacks, and African Americans. The United States have imposing in taxes on our families since the forced assimilation by way of having us enter to be citizens under false identities such as coloreds, Negroes, mulattoes, blacks, and African Americans. I need to take another break because I get overly passionate. Sorry, Chief Curtis. Give me a minute.
That is outstanding. That is outstanding. That is truly outstanding. The time is now. I mean, this is the time is now. Action is on the docket, and we have to, like Sister Bethy said, civilly. Civilly, peaceful and civil. Curious one, Jeremiah, what y'all sitting on? What you thinking over there?
I think that she attacked every single level that you can possibly attack. when it comes down to the information. I think that she attacked every single level of anything when it applies to us as a false entity, when it comes to us as being
Mhm.
in America. I think that she attacked almost everything, and she did it by detail. That's the thing about it. She put detail into it. Like sometimes things is just broken down to just a low level, but she actually put everything into details. That's the thing about it. So it's nothing that she missed. She hit every point.
I'm not gonna even sit here in front. The one thing that I was really soaking in, and I know everybody else seen this too, but I got an eye for detail. But it's how she used, U.S. code, how she used U.S. code, the structure of it, and identifying in their own writing that they couldn't do that, but yet they did it. That's what was so hard hitting for me, is it because I understand U.S. code, and that was just like, oh man, it's gonna be hard. And I seen Enoch in the chat. He was saying that is that why Biden started making museums remove Indian artifacts? You know, I don't know if anybody heard about that, but that is true.
Mm-hmm.
They're closing whole wings of museums down under that Indian artifact thing. So I mean, wow. When you take a
But you
step
see
back,
the distract.
right there, when you take a step back and notice that part right there, and then what Sister Bethy is just showing, it's like, oh man,
Mm-hmm.
man. Go
But you
ahead,
see
bro.
the distraction that they throw out there all the time when it comes down to even when they taking the artifacts or shutting it down, they always use the title Native Americans that confuse all people because that title Native American, all peoples don't know for a fact is that that's actually another reclassification that they came up with in the 1960s. So when they use that word, all people's always direct our attention back to the mongoloid Asian looking person. So they bring that up as a distraction tactic too. So that's why we won't have too many people come out and say nothing when it comes down to us, because that word Native American, and that word goes deep when it comes down to me being from the city. Like, I know a lot of Native Americans, they got NAP everywhere in the city, and most of them is Lumbees, and the Lumbees is a whitewashed version of the Native Americans because their original name was the Lumbar tribe, and I know a lot of them. So I used to go to the powwows when I was younger at Patterson Park. So I'm deep rooted when it comes down to knowing their history when it comes down to that Native American, because I was always surrounded around that when I was younger. So that word, all people's need to, all people's got to learn how to separate that from American Indian.
Oh, I understand. I was just bringing the relativity of that, those wings of these museums being shut down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
because
what
I
I was.
seen the news article that you talking about, but they used that word Native American. That's what I was just breaking down.
Right. And that's what exactly. Yep. Yep. Thank you so much for pulling that up. Yeah. That's what happened. I mean, you can use the term Native American, but what it is that they can't say that anymore. So they have to read. They have to pull all of. They shut down wings of museums, bro. For real, for real.
Ain't they doing that in New York?
They doing it in a couple places.
I was listening to whatchamacallit's chat today about they changing some museum. They said that the Native American are being upset behind such and such, such and something, and they are closing down the wing to redo it or something. Other words, what they're doing is they don't like the history that's there, so they're trying to change it. This is the whitewashing that they're trying to do right now.
Well, the article that I had that I got privy to see is that they were giving people ample time to come and reclaim their family's property.
Okay.
That's the one I seen.
Well, okay. 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 I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sitting here eating me a little salad. So I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, but see, they know that there's a limited amount of time when it comes down to that. If they saying, because I know exactly what you're talking about, because I forgot who actually shared it, but I seen it. I seen the news clip of the Mexican girl when they talked it to her, and she was actually trying to explain everything because they used her as a decoy as to be the Native American on that news clip. So
Right. That was
they
dangerous.
use her as a representative of the Native American. I know exactly what you're talking about,
That was
but see,
that was
it's
dangerous.
only
Right.
been promoted through. It's only been
I want to.
promoted through.
Okay, guys, there's a lot of reading, but I want to get back to this because I want to finish this up. Lord knows I want to finish this up. I'm almost done. That the plaintiffs, Bethiota Gals, the Wyatt tribe, and its members be the copper colored North American Indian nation, man, woman, or child, are not part of any so called sovereign citizen established groups, religions, etc., extremist, cult, religious group, racial hate groups, or negative movements of any kind. We are a humble people and have no desire to erupt havoc against any person or persons slash citizens under the United States Corporation of America, including outside the United States of America. The following leaders in organizational groups: Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Black Lives Matter, Louis Farrakhan, former President Barack Obama, or any religious leaders not known in the future, are not representatives for the plaintiffs Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., and its membership, the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation, American Indians, aka Negroes, man, woman, or child, under any circumstances. We are individually and as a whole representative of ourselves at all levels. The plaintiffs, Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., its membership, the copper colored North American Indians are of sound mind and hereby agree to this pro se lawsuit of our own free will and respectfully sign our signatures on the attached petitions. Our names, home and email addresses, and telephone numbers will be noted on the attached, and you may contact us individually at any time for further verifications. That the plaintiffs Bethiona Guile, Wyatt Tribe Inc., and the Copper Colored North American Indian Corporation have notified by a certified mail return receipt the United States Corporation of America, or governors, mayors, senators, representatives, congressmen, congresswomen, selectmen, and selectwomen, state motor vehicle departments, all state offices where race is requested on all forms and applications, including the Department of Social Security offices within the 50 states of the United States Corporation of America. We will begin the healing of our nation by visiting all local towns, state offices, vital statistic offices to correct our birth certificates, marriage certificates, etc., to reflect our true race, which is American Indians of North American landmass. That the plaintiffs, Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., and the Copper Colored North America Indian Nation have notified via certified mail return receipt the United States of America, our governors, mayors, senators, representatives, congressmen, congresswomen, the selectmen and select women, although we are truthfully the original Aboriginal Indians of North America, based on primary sources such as official records and documents, legal dictionaries, encyclopedias, state policies, state laws, federal laws, Supreme Court decisions, and case law that directly affect our people. We are not affiliated with the five federally recognized tribes: Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminole, Creek, although many of our ancestors were erased out of those tribes and replaced by many foreign citizens. Therefore, we do not wish to be a part of those foreign developed tribes created by the United States Corporation of America. We reserve the right to form our own resourceful tribes, nations, whether it's an individual family tribe or a nation, and or a rightful individual sovereign copper colored North American Indian status. That the plaintiff Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation have notified via certified mail return receipt the United States of America, all governors, mayors, senators, representatives, congressmen, congresswomen, select men, and select women on news media channels, stations, radio stations, all educational institutions, colleges and universities, or 501c3 organizations and better business bureaus. We demand that you cease and desist from identifying our people as blacks and African Americans during your public and private news stations, radio stations, television stations, movie stations, and settings. We see those names we see those names as labels, as false identifiers of our people. If you continue to do so, further actions and penalties will be exercised to the fullest extent of the law, including financial remedies. That the plaintiffs Bethiona Giles, the Wyatt Tribe Inc., and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation have notified via certified mail return receipt the United States of America, all governors, mayors, senators, representatives, congressmen, congresswomen, select men, and select women. Although our ancestors assimilated into under the United States Corporation of America as citizens, we will continue to maintain our rightful indigenous status and rights to North America. Classifying our people as blacks / African Americans force us to become foreigners of this landmass. Our ancestors did not migrate to North America on slave ships from Africa. We are the indigenous people of this landmass, North America, and were overthrown by this government and British and French empires and militia. Our ancestors fought in wars both in favor and unfavorable over the beautiful land. We will not identify ourselves as blacks, African Americans, Negroes, mulattoes, or colors, as our ancestors assumed those names based on threats of violence being hung by racist groups of the northern and southern parts of America. Walter Ashby Plecker's abuse of power as a state register, Virginia, who's persuaded the 50 states to follow his initiatives, and most recently, Mr. Jesse Jackson's personal recommendation in the 1980s. We signed no petitions or documents for his recommendation, nor are we members of his religious organizations or groups. Therefore, we have a right to individually choose as a people whether to maintain or withdraw our citizenship within the United States Corporation of America and or maintain our Aboriginal indigenous status on North American landmass, Hemisphere as outlined in all federal court cases and treaties and all federal, state, and local treaties with the North American Indians of the Americas, as we are not foreigners of America, Western Hemisphere. Rather, we are the copper colored North American Indians of the Americas. That the plaintiffs, Bathionic Isles, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., its membership, and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation have notified via certified mail return receipt with our individual declarations. The United States of America, all 50 states, governors, mayors, senators, representatives, congressmen, congresswomen, selectmen, and select women, that we are a peaceful and humble people and will educate our children and grandchildren and families, etc., regarding our history, that we will establish our resources, newspapers, educational centers, etc., for our people in an effort to begin the healing process of our people from this long held silence information due to past harsh threats, wars, etc. That the plaintiffs, Bethy Onik Giles, the Wyatt Nation, Inc., and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation have notified all governors, mayors, senators, representatives, congressmen, congresswomen, selectmen, and select women, that our declaration dated July 4th, 2020 is subject to the amendments at all times with the approval of those members listed on the attached roll. Damages awarded, granted. Wherefore, the plaintiffs, Bathionic Isles, the Wyatt Tribe, Inc., its membership, and the Copper Colored North American Indian Nation Corporation hereby demands judgment against the United States of America, federal and state governments, all 50 states, United States Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, United States Department of Education, Department of Vital Statistics, all 50 states, United States Department of Urban and Development, formerly known as Indian Public Housing, all 50 states, United States Department of Justice, in all 50 states, United States Department of Treasury, all 50 states, United States Department of Veteran Affairs, United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, all 50 states, United States Commission on African American Affairs, all 50 states, the H.R. 40 Commission to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans Act, and each member appointed to this convention. Representative Jackson Lee, Sheila, in the amount of $900 trillion.
Salute, Sister Bethy. Salute.
And let me tell you, motherfuckers, that send subliminal messages something. First of all, I don't have time to travel around the fucking landmass or the country or to other countries. The damage that has been done to my ancestor was done on the mainland of North America. There's no reason for me to be in any fucking other country. The war with my family has been done, and our families have been done on the mainland of North America. It profits me nothing visiting other countries. The deliverance of this lawsuit is to the country who imposed these atrocities on our families. That's where the fight is, not in other countries. Until you've walked in and faced the enemy, keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far away I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering, I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
The link is in the chat. I'm open for any smoke. Straight like that. I'm open for any smoke. If you face the government with the issue that have been imposed on our ancestors, and you went to the government's ass, step to the panel and join me so that I can salute you. Please come to the panel. I really would love to give you your flowers. I will put the link in the chat. All are welcome. My link, my chat is now open to everyone. Y'all got it.
That's kind of hard to even surmise. Like, you covered everything. I wouldn't. I learned so much from you on every time I watch you. It's like I have to keep a pen and paper next to me. That's hard. You know, me and my wife both sitting over here with our jaws just hanging open. I mean, That's what real action looks like. That's what real action looks like. Civilly, peacefully and civilly. That's what real action looks like. I I'm speechless, Sister Bethy. Really, I am. Jeremiah, you got anything you'd like to say? Sister Bethy did put her stream yard out in the chat. Feel free. Like she said. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, like she basically broke down everything, and that's basically, I mean, it might sound like a cliche term, but action always speak louder than words. So, like everything that she put into that information is all action, and that's exactly what all people's respect the most. So when it comes down to the information that she put down, I mean, it's no way there's nobody can dispute it, even if it goes back to our older elders. Like everything is broken down to details because they was hushed when it came down to the information of them being Indian. Because, like she explained, like they was hanging all peoples when they actually expressed it their actual identity, and that's why it was on a hush for long period of time. So I mean, like you really can't get no more deeper than what she was just expressing, and all people's they will understand that even though a lot of our people's got real short attention span when it comes down to information. That's why even when it came down to action, I knocked on people's door and I actually passed out over 100 and something declaration of indigenous rights, knocking on people's door one by one, because I knew for a fact there's like it would be hard to talk to them and then break everything down. So I gave them the option and put it in their mailbox. So I put it by their door and I passed the information out. So yeah,
Sister Bethy, I'm just so proud. I'm proud to I'm proud to know you. Proud to learn from you. I like I said, I'm speechless. That is really like, huh, that is pure knowledge put into action. It really is. Mad respect, much love. Really. What is
yeah, I think
everybody?
anybody,
I'm
I
sorry. Go
think
ahead,
anybody that
Jeremiah.
got, I think anybody that got pushback off of anything that she expressed or anything that she said, I think that it's because the indoctrination through the educational system and everything that she broke down through the media, the entertainment, and like Chief Holiday always say, the COINTELPRO. I mean, the agencies and like, I mean, like they invested a lot of money into us being indoctrinated. So a lot of peoples that owe student loans throughout the educational system that was indoctrinated throughout this system, like they don't want to go against that because they put so much time and energy towards it. So it's hard for them to actually redirect that energy when they know that that's what put them in debt. So like that's why I said like everything that she broke down will change their thought process if they actually put the time and energy into knowing exactly what she's talking about.
Man, that's so much deep research right there to actually go and pick out key figures because those figures are the ones that made all of this possible? I mean, in the chat, what do y'all think? Let's from y'all, what y'all think? Because I know where I stand at. I know where Sister Bethy stand at. I know where Jeremiah stand at, and I know everybody in the chat. What questions do you all have? Where are you standing at? How is this reaching you? What's your vibe on that? What you say, Captain Crunch? You got to marinate on that, huh? Carlos, true knowledge, not religious. Yeah. Yeah. Bad saying. I
And so
feel you
I'm
on
not
that.
gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, cause I was talking to when I said I was at the place that I was at earlier, I was talking to a lot of peoples. I was like, okay, so do you actually know what you want? A lot of our peoples, they expect like a benefit. So I had to break down to them that when it comes down to doing your genealogy throughout your family tree, you will find the benefit that you're looking for. But it's almost like this corporation put all peoples into a mindset of wanting everything instantly. Like they want instant gratification when it comes down to even knowing who they is. And they don't realize like everything take time and you need patience to actually a lot of people's is just like to that point where it's those that they just want it so fast. Like we live in a fast food society where people just want the instant gratification. Like, and I tell them all the time, like, it's not gonna work that way. Life don't even work that way. Like stuff gotta actually take time, and there's a lot of peoples that's in this struggle, and I be like, all right, all y'all gotta do is just like sit back and understand the information, even though it's a lot of situations that all peoples be going through. Because I was talking to people that's homeless down here at this place, and I was breaking down like the immigration situation and stuff like that, and they didn't know of this information because if you don't like have access to the internet or have access to certain type of websites to even bring up these points, they just gonna be lost. So that's why I do the action when it comes down to expressing the information that I already know. But the reason why I already know even before the internet was because I always was out of the box thinking type of person, and I always had my own individuality when it came down to life, period. So that made it easy for me to have this type of mindset of just knowing who I am. And a lot of people don't know who they is because it's a lot of situations when it comes down to the I mean, it's so many different levels to it, like not loving their self, the way they've been broken down. I mean, like the imagery of what you can define as being an Indian. They think it's just the long, pretty hair and the light skin. Like it's all everything that she broke down, and that's what they indoctrinated in their mind to believe. But the truth is you. And all people's gotta understand that it's not a image of what you think that you was shown on TV or through the media or through all these different type of systems. And all people just gotta have patience just to be able just to take in just that percentage of information.
Well,
And
I get what you're saying, and I understand everything that you're saying, and that was great going door to door, doing what you was doing like that, getting out, reaching out to the people. That's great. Reach out to your community, get them informed on what is actually truly going on. I expressly want to say good job on that, because that is something that is also needed. That is something that's also needed. But and what Sister Bethy is, from from my understanding of her title today, and like I said, I was out on my rig smoking food, talking and serving the public, you know, overcoming indoctrination. Relieve yourself of the ignorance you was taught. I know that sounds really something, but you have to relieve yourself of the ignorance you was taught to even understand what actually occurred.
Yeah,
Yeah, just
because
face
like,
the fact you've been lied to. You've been lied to for so many years,
yeah,
and
it's
the
deep
people
rooted.
and the people that lied to you, it wasn't your family. Your family got indoctrinated. They believed it. Be the one to not believe that shit.
Yeah, that's most definitely true. But the crazy thing is about when you say that, my family, a lot of my family was indoctrinated, but the one thing that they always knew for a fact is that they wasn't African. See, that's the one thing my family did, always keep that key gem, because they know for a fact what's the difference between them and us. But see, just like that word when they use, yeah, we got Indian in us. See, when they put all those different reclassifications on top of to have the Indian there, they they form some type of mindset of just thinking that it was bigger than the Indian. Like, where did that go? Like, and I actually talked to my family members, and then the common sense start popping up in their mind. Like, okay, that don't make sense that the Indian left, so the Indian is still there. So okay, this is who I am. Just like just like a 2 year old or a 3 year old child. Like what my kids even know the difference between when they look at a crayon color and they see black. They see that what the complexion is, but see, just like she broke down through the educational system, they actually teach you that that color is your race, when that is only a color and it don't even match the color of your skin. And they even did it with the Indian red color, because the Indian red color was the dark brown. So they removed that and replaced that with a different version of brown, so they can remove the history every single time. They do this every single time. Like people say, like every 10 years is always a removal of information that was important to us. But then the next generation get indoctrinated with it if you not bringing the information to them.
And that's why I say the age of ignorance is over. We should be outright talking to each other freely and openly and respectfully and civilly, with love, with light, and
Yeah. But
giving this
see,
information to
let me
folks,
tell
bro.
you this. Let me tell you
Okay.
this, because I be in the streets all the time, and see, I go back home to the city, to back down here to Cambridge, Maryland. See, the problem is where's though is that, just like I talked about, is the instant gratification. All people want the instant result to every single thing. So you can actually break this down to a whole T, but if they don't get nothing out of it when it comes down to beneficial wise, because look at the economy right now. So
Jay,
everybody just gonna be looking at you like, okay, what am I going to get out of? I need something right now. I
I
need the
understand.
instant gratification right now.
But Jay, you got to understand, everybody ain't thirsty for instant gratification, bro. Everybody don't think that way. Everybody don't move like that. Everybody ain't positioned like that mentally. You understand what I mean? Everybody don't think instant gratification. Real folks know the long run. This a marathon. This ain't no 10-minute sprint. It ain't that. We got to go ahead and start focusing on real things. I understand the intermediates and the small. I can't call them small, but we have to think about the overhead. Look at the 30,000-foot view, and you'll see all the way to zero, because you understand the intricacies of what you're actually perceiving of your sight. That's your mental health, man. That's how you actually be able to see. If you can't see from above to look down, how do you know that you walking around?
Yep, you most definitely right. And see, that's another role that she even broke down in the information that she presented. That's why a lot of our peoples go to the religion, because the religion, the Christianity religion, which my grandmother was a Baptist, so that's still a part of the Christianity religion. So they believe in the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So when it comes down to, they, like, all peoples know that that was brought here to them, but all people sometimes feel as though is that they need something to be able to guide them to live, because if they don't believe in something, they feel as though is that it's not,
They did.
like, you understand what I'm saying?
So what if you only knew one thing? You get what I'm coming from? So if you grew up knowing only one thing, that's what you're gonna follow. That's what exactly what you're gonna follow. You talk about belief, that's exactly what you will follow. Something you believe, you will follow. You even regurgitate bullshit. Seriously. You know why? That's what you believe. So you believe that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, that's a
But the,
spiritual warfare, because
but
it's
the
like
thing about
flipping the
it is,
script.
but the thing about it is, you were never ever made to know your true history. Let that sink in. You grew up one way, but you was never made to know your true history. I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying some people. So we have to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I always explain. That's the whole purpose, and that's what I actually try to express to. Cause I deal with, cause I actually, in this town, the place that I actually go to, because this is only like a royal small town, so it's not even it's only one homeless shelter in this town. So, like, the people that go to this place that I'm talking about is more of people that was dealing with drugs and actually trying to get back onto their feet and trying to figure out where they going. And the main thing that they talk about is the change, because this is how I actually got back up on my feet throughout my experience, is knowing that you got to change people, places, and things. And that is a hard thing to do when you come from a certain type of lifestyle. Like, I grew up in, like, being from the city, because that's all I knew. And when it comes down to all people sometimes scared to step out of our comfort zone. But it was easier for me because my personality, just like you said, is not everybody that think the same. So since I was able to think differently since I was young, it was easier for me with knowing that I always had my own individuality when it came down to my style, me who being me, and just knowing the things that I knew and moving the way that I move. It was easier for me than people that I grew up in the hood with, because they always had that mentality that they were stuck. And I got a
Uh,
lot of family members that feel that same type of way. They won't ever leave Baltimore. I mean, like, they will be there for the rest of their life until they die. But just like you was expressing, that everybody is different. And just, I mean, I think that it's only going to be a certain few people that's going to take in this information. Then you got to leave the rest behind that's not going to take it in, because everybody not going to receive the information. But you got to reach the ones that's willing to actually take in the information.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why majority of the time all I deal with is empowerment. That's all I do is
Yeah.
empower people.
And I
Yeah,
was kind of
because
indoctrinated to not to cut you off, but I was kind of indoctrinated to actually do this as a purpose because my grandmother put me and my cousins into a youth program that actually taught us in the city of how to be youth ambassadors when it came down to the city, when it comes down to our own peoples, that actually take them out of a negative environment and put them into a positive environment, because the city was terrible back in the 90s. And like, I mean, we had way more programs than we got now for kids, but it was way terrible. So my grandmother said, okay, I'm not gonna have y'all run the streets. I'm gonna put you into a program, because John Hopkins paid for the program and it don't even exist no more. It was terrible. But it actually introduced us into a positive environment because we only knew negative.
I
Like I grew up,
understand. I
yeah,
understand.
like
At the same
mm-hmm,
time, at this present moment and day, what I'm looking at this is like, yeah, this when I said the age of ignorance was over, I meant that because this is the great awakening. It's all it is. That's all it is. Everybody sees what's going on. Everybody sees this, you know? So it's no way that you can uh maneuver any less than what you're seeing. You have to be more because you know what you know. You know
yeah,
what you. So I'm looking at people individually, personally. That's how I get down. You know, I plant food in the ground. I do different stuff. I do a total different thing, bro. And that's
yeah,
my whole point. You know, you have to get back to your culture, back to our culture. It was always in us. It's always been something in us that we knew we can do positively. We just don't do it.
yeah.
Some of
Cause you
some of
right, you right, you right. Because like even when you just talked about the growing your own food, I heard people complain about that all day long about how this food tastes different and it's
grow it
actually
yourself.
causing a lot of situations when it comes down to them being overweight and all these different type of diseases. And I'd be like, and when you just said that, and they got the answer to their own question, because they be like, it wasn't like this a long time ago. So that automatically made me say to them, so why won't you go back to your old ways of your peoples and stop eating this food, stop doing this different type of things? But everything is easily said
Hard
and
for
done.
that's too hard for
So
certain people to pick up on. When you say it like that, it's gonna be
yeah,
too
because
hard
everything easily
to
said
pick
and
up on.
done.
Bro, I can
Yeah,
give you a simple line you can say. Want to hear it? Here it go. You are what you eat from your head to your feet.
yeah, but everything is easily said than done. That's why I just said that again,
Go ahead.
because I'm only gonna express it because of this. When you in a poverty situation, like I was talking to
Bro,
these people.
you're using all handicaps to me. And so I'm not
Well,
hand
Well, I
I'm
can't
being
expect. See,
honest
this
with
this the thing. This the thing, and I'm not trying to argue with you or nothing, and I'm not
you.
trying
Yeah,
to debate or nothing. But I'm just
yeah.
saying, and
Oh,
these people, that's like what you just said about handicap. These people don't have that. They will not have that opportunity to actually grow their own food or nothing like that, because they gotta go through. They gotta go through that system of getting back on their feet, because their mind is not developed to this point of what I'm saying to them, because they already done lost everything. So their mind is already blocked out of most of the stuff that I'm saying. But what I'm saying to them is trying to give them some type of inspiration to actually get close to just like a notch back up onto their feet, because I went through it before. Like I actually been almost like 5 or 6 times and I got back on my feet. So I know this, and the people that work for the program knew me when I first came down here with that situation. So I'm saying this through experience when it comes down to them. But it's just like I said, it's easily said than done when you just say that to people, like, okay, you can just do it this way. I mean,
But doesn't that rely on that person actually doing it, applying themselves? See, my grandfather always told me this. It's a difference between someone who says one thing, and it's a difference between a person that applies themselves. You
True.
understand what I'm saying? That I've been hearing that my whole life. Someone that applies themselves is a lot different from someone that's talking about it.
True. That goes
So,
right back to the word of action speaking louder than words. I mean,
correct.
people actually know that, but I'm just saying when you fall into that struggle of having to start all over again, because your mind, you could be all the way up, and when you all the way up on your feet, your mind your mind go through different type of levels, but then when you actually go all the way backwards and got to start from the bottom again, it becomes an aggravation unless you be able to have some type of self-control and remember like, okay, this is how I lost everything, so let me try not to repeat the same mistake again when I get back up on my feet. But
But
that's like it's a certain type of mechanism in that's inside of your brain that you got to develop to actually remember that, and that's what's called growth. Because some
I,
people don't never grow, because I know a lot of people that's over 40, over 50 years old, their minds never developed. They still live in the city like they in their 20s because their mind never got growth. So every time they actually fell back off, it's almost like they didn't remember. They forgot where they came from.
I understand.
So
I
so
understand. But I still
yeah.
have, I just want to impose something real quick because I like to deal in logic. Because if you can't apply it to let's just say skepticism and actual reality, then it's probably propaganda. If it don't apply to both, it's probably propaganda. You got to give it some kind of validity of it not being being a story. So what the reason I said that is this because I was listening to what you were saying. We both agree that we're dealing with a stable-minded person, though, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're dealing with a stable-minded person, they already know you can't go look in the garbage can for a Happy Meal. You
Yeah,
get what
but
I'm
they was
saying?
always see, but check this out. I'm gonna take that same term what you just said and I'm about to reverse it into what is told. That same person, when you say that look into a garbage can, the saying in reverse would be that one man trash is another man treasure. So that's the reverse psychology of what you just said. So some people might look into that trash can and might find a lottery ticket that can actually win $4 million because some people just don't pay attention. Because if they fill out a scratch off, they might look at it and think that they lost. So that next person that's outside on the street might could be the lucky person that go inside of that trash can and find that scratch off and probably could hit $1 million. So that terminology got to be scratched off because life work in mysterious ways. I don't think that you can actually pinpoint a certain definition or pinpoint a person a certain type of way in order for them to figure stuff out. Just like I explained to I will admit my baby mothers got addiction problems and stuff. I explained to them, you can go to these rehab places, you can go talk to these people, you can talk to a counselor, talk to all these different type of people. They get paid, they get a check. But at the same time is you not gonna never change until you want to change yourself. No matter what somebody tell you, you not gonna do nothing until you really want to do it.
Didn't I say application? Applying yourself.
Yeah.
That's all it is. That's why I said we was talking about a person with a sane mind. Sane, saying they have their moxie about them. So with that being said, the analogy you use to me is a defeated mind mentality because you're looking at and you're picking out what you want to settle for versus you creating it for yourself. So to me, just in my opinion, it's kind of that way. But I digress.
Yeah.
Hey,
Because okay.
so
I'm sorry.
I'm taking my braids. I promised myself I would take out like 20 today, tonight, 20 more tonight. I take them all out. I want them out. But anyway, so I finished. That was a lot of reading, you guys. I never read the lawsuit that I filed. And I thought that it was necessary because I don't want to think, you know, I I don't travel around the world and in other countries because doing that I don't see any purpose I really don't see any purpose on how it could help our people in order to attack or to civilly come after something that's been a thorn in our people's side. You have to go where the issue started, and that's with this government demanding justice by way of filing lawsuits. We have been kept back as a people, we've been kept behind, we've been lied to, we've been forced to be a people that we're not. We've been taught lies in elementary school. Our ancestors were threatened for wanting to identify as who they truly are. When we assimilated into this United States system, a lot of it was just imposed on us, even though we lived in our own lands. And a lot of things we've been deprived of, and we still are deprived of to this day. And I just feel that traveling around the world and going to other countries is not going to get to the root of the problem of the issues with our people and the root of the problems with the issues that's going on with our people comes from the government and their actions and their agencies and their constitutions that they're not honoring, taking people from other lands and bringing them over here and claim and imposing our identity on them. That is the worst crime in history when their own government documents know who we are. But instead, this government chose to label us an identity that we are not. And lack of education with our people has crippled us. And that's a
Sister
fact.
Betty, Sister Betty,
Yes.
if I may add to that, just what you're speaking on, that's the policies that's been made and the backdoor deals between NGOs, power companies like that with the legal and lawful system that you see, attorneys and DAs and stuff like that. Okay, so what it is that they have an ultimate pack on their type of information that you're just not privy to it unless you actually request it. You can request it. So it doesn't take much for you to be able to petition where you live at for records and documents. They may charge you per page a certain to print it out if you want it printed out. Me myself, I would say go in there with a jump drive and tell them just to put it on it because they're bringing it up on a computer. Just be honest and be upfront about what your impact could be if you just participate, apply yourself, come and understand how to be your own tribe, because I'm learning it. I don't see why nobody else can't. That's a fact.
Well, straight spoke, what we can't do and what I will not do is beg our people
I'm sorry.
to no, it's quite fine. But I choose personally not to enforce things on our people, just like we didn't want the United States imposed on us. I'm not going to force people to start their own tribes. Some people are quite comfortable being African American, and we have to let them. It's what they've been taught, and it's what they're standing on. But what I won't tolerate is those same people trying to tell me who I am when I know who I am. I don't care about DNA tests. They're so irrelevant. Their government documents are clear enough evidence of them understanding clearly who we are. We don't need anything else as proof. I can never ever prove that I'm African and my family came from there. I can't prove that because it's not true. But what I can prove is who I am on this land and who my family have always been. And every individual that's an Aboriginal American Indian to this land can prove it with government documents, even if they were reconstructed.
I do apologize.
There's no apology needed. Why are you apologizing?
I just feel like I
It
overstepped
it's
myself,
so
admit.
funny.
You did
It's
not
so
overstep your boundaries. You did not. You
it's
indeed did
it's so
not.
funny.
I
Can I
encourage
bring
people
up
to
a
come.
situation?
Yes, hang
I
on.
want y'all to
I
hear. I want y'all to
hang
hear
on.
something.
Hang on 1 second. I encourage people to come to this training classes on Saturdays, and we had some really great folks that's attending. As you can see, we have some beautiful people that attend. We don't want to make and enforce our people, but we offer it. They know the offers out there, and that they're more than welcome. And you have no reason to apologize at all. You got it, Jeremiah.
Yes, it's so funny because Sister Bethany, when you bring up in a couple episodes of all peoples actually being infiltrators of this system when it comes down to a certain degree, that is 100% right because throughout what I was telling y'all about this program that I go to, it's a lady that's from Africa that help these people because they got to go into this shelter called the Salvation Army in Cambridge, Maryland. But see, she worked for the health department. So these people stay in there for at least about 28 to 30 days, but they got to go to her. Her name is Valerie Davis. And she only got the last name Davis because she married into one of our peoples. So she control a lot of the documentation and the records of people when they go in and out of the shelter. So she give them the authority when it comes down because since this is a small town, they help you quicker because it's a small population. So I figured that out because when I went through my experience and see me and her didn't really get along because I had put her on the phone with my peoples and my peoples told her about us being indigenous to this land and she immediately got me into a place when I went through my situation. But she's African from a whole nother country that's actually controlling all people's records when it comes down to this town. So when it comes down to a lot of the system, I can tell that it's a lot of immigrants that's controlling all records and all documentation because I know that for a fact, just like I just named the person. So it's really happening, but it's just sometimes when all people's in a panic or a struggle situation, they don't pay attention to the details when it comes down to what's going on around them. But that's all I had to say. I was just bringing that up because Yeah, that's a real experience. What's going on in this town now?
I can totally understand that. I can totally understand that. You know how you broke all of that down. You know the land. You know the landscape. You know I understand. I understand. And to be
Yeah, a
aware,
lot of them is marrying into all peoples because a lot of peoples that was indoctrinated, they don't know this about them being indigenous to this land, so they will automatically marry because a lot of those Africans they work inside of like I worked there for a place called Amic Farms. This is a chicken factory that they got down here. It's in Hurlock, Maryland, where it's like a factory. So that's where a lot of them work at. A lot of Africans, a lot of those people from that country that work over, they work for that company and they separate themselves from us. Like they don't speak to us, they don't acknowledge us, they stay at their side and everybody work their own way. Like we the only ones that stay together when it comes down to the immigration, when it comes down to that working field. So they out here, but all people just don't know the difference sometimes when it comes down to who they really is. So I congratulate everybody that pushed this information because now all people's through this internet, they ain't gonna have no choice but to wake up because it's in their face. They just gotta be able to read between the lines because it's right there. Even in the working field, they separate themselves like isolate themselves away from us, so we know the difference. Like in the city, when it comes down to Africans, they work the cab system. They work Uber, they work Lyft. They don't pick up all peoples. They literally don't pick up all peoples. They know the difference between that's how we knew who they was when it came down to the city because they never picked all peoples up unless we tip. They would pick up everybody else. They say y'all don't like the tip. And all people know that when they say y'all, they know that we not them. So all people is not really that dumb as people might assume when it comes down to knowing the difference between us and them because we go through experiences to separate everything. But we just gotta remember, like my older uncle Wayne always say this line, how soon do we forget? And that always stuck to me because we forget easily when we come up. We forget everything when we actually get on our feet. But that's all I got to say.
it does strike a lot of people differently. You know, everybody has their own particular story in this thing we call life. I get that. I totally get that. But again, just staying on target with what Sister Betty has been talking about today. What she has done was literally showed how it can be done, the actions that you can take, the things that you can do, the information that you can get. And all you have to do is know what you're talking about. Know what the information is. It's a very simple way to do this.
I'm about to get ready. I appreciate both of you for accompanying me today. But it's almost been 5 hours, and my closing statement is I can't express to you enough to begin filing lawsuits against the news media, these museums, these uh, the Department of Education,
Yep.
these college professors, folks that write stories about our history based on false research that they found and worked off of in their colleges. You should file lawsuits against them. This is an attack on who we are as a people. and we must fight back, filing lawsuits. If I was anybody, I mean, I already submitted one in the district court. I would ask that you begin filing them against the news media and these museums. And that's a fact. But that's my closing statement. Anybody else want to close? Because I'm going to get out of here. It's almost 5 hours.
Thank you, Sister Bethany. As always,
Yes, thank you, Sister Betsy. I salute you. I got a closing statement. Now, it's gonna be fast because I don't want to keep on prolonging. But people just need to know for a fact is that you're not gonna be around forever, just like nobody else is gonna be around forever. So people need to actually take in this information and understand that this is our life on the line when it comes down to us being aboriginal to this land. It's not too many other leaders that's willing to even step up to what Sister Beffy stepped up when it came down to this information. Because a lot of people scared because they don't know what's going to happen to them. They worried about a lot of different situations because the comfortability levels of the way that they think that everything that they have in their normal life. But it's only a certain few that's going to come around that's going to pass out this information. So people really need to actually take this information in and really put action, like we keep on expressing, into use. That's all I got to say.
Go, everybody. Peace out.